It is 8:30, and so I am going to call the council meeting of Tuesday, November 12th to order. There is an agenda that's in front of you. I have one addition under closed session, section 19, confidential evaluations. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Oh, Councillor Phobes.
Can we do an update from RMA as well, please?
So 9.2 RMA update. Any others? Councillor Cunningham.
And if I could, I will do a Division 5 update under council and committee reports, please.
So 9.3, Division 5. Any others? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there anything else that we need to add, Mr. Hogan? Was there something you were wondering about? Maybe just wait a minute. We're good?
Through Mr. Reeve, we're just discussing and wondering if 7.2 should actually be in closed session as well.
Yes, probably. So we'll move 7.2 to closed session under section 19 or 16, sorry, section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party.
Yes, either that or intergovernmental relations, and we'll find the section numbers for both and confirm them.
Section 21 then, we would prefer section 21, intergovernmental relations, that's fine. So we have two additions under closed then, and we'll remove 7.2 from legislative services. Okay, any further changes? We had a motion from Councillor Christie to accept the agenda as amended. Councillor Christie, you're okay with the adjustments as they've been made?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So we have two sets of minutes, set of minutes from the organizational meeting of October 22nd and regular council meeting minutes of October 22nd as well. So I would entertain a motion to adopt the organizational minutes and then a second one for the regular council meeting. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move to adopt the organizational meeting minutes of October 22nd, 2024.
Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously, and unless there's adjustments to the regular council meeting minutes, I would take a motion to accept those as well. Councillor Christie?
I'll move the regular minutes as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the regular council meeting minutes of October 22nd, 2024 as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on in today's agenda, our first item of business is 4.1, 2024 third quarter variance report. And welcome, Ms. von Merbach. It's always a pleasure to have you here with us, and whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve and members of council. Today I've got the third quarter variance report for council's consideration. These reports are quarterly reports are intended to inform council of financial transactions to date and how expenditures, revenues, and other financial indicators compare to the annual operating budget. The purpose of this report is to report on the 2024 operating budget performance to the end of September 30th, to report on operating budget projects approved in the 2024 budget, to report on the status of all capital projects, and to provide other supplementary information on key financial indicators for the county. This report includes several appendix items. There's Appendix A is the operating budget summary by function. Appendix B is the operating budget summary by department. Then there's the operating project summary, the capital project summary, cash and investment summary, and the reserve continuity schedule. The first item I'll speak to is Appendix A, which has the bulk of the detail of this report as it speaks to the operating budget by function as a whole for the county. Appendix A represents all the financial performance to the end of September 2024 and explains unfavorable and favorable corporate results forecasted to year end. The net forecasted revenue expenditure year-end result anticipates a surplus of $1,721,436. This surplus consists of a couple key items, the first of which is a $2.5 million favorable revenue variance related to the receipt of unbudgeted funds from investment revenues. This aligns with the preliminary reserve strategy presented to Council in October of 2023. Related to this favorable variance is what looks like an unfavorable expenditure variance on the expenditure side, but actually represents an additional contribution of $1,695,637, which was contributed related to the revenues incurred in excess of budget from January 1st to June 30th. So the net surplus related to that item is $821,000. There is no motion in this report to contribute the additional amount that's earned in that next 3 months of the year, but at the Q4 report, we'll actually do that motion to align any additional revenues and put those into reserves in alignment with that reserve strategy. There's also $572,998 favorable related to the receipt of funds from the sale of capital equipment. Again, there's an unfavorable expenditure variance, which actually represents additional reserve contributions of $433,267. So the net from that is $139,731. Again, there's no motion recommended within this report. We anticipate some additional capital sales in the next 3 months, and so at the Q4 report, we'll actually motion that any additional revenues go back into the capital equipment plan reserve. The remaining projected surplus on the core operating budget is $760,486, and this represents a 2.5% overall variance from the budget. So when you kind of take those two items that I sort of spoke to are kind of the unusual items, the items we didn't budget for, we kind of knew that those revenues would come in and that they'd go into reserves. And so really what you're looking at is that $760,000 revenue or positive variance on the actual core operating budget.
Okay, so that's accumulated from all the different departments.
Yes, that's all the departments.
Revenue, we didn't anticipate that we.
All the revenues. That's really what, when we go through budget and say, here's our core operating budget, that's that variance that applies to the core operating budget. Those two ones that we speak to above are sort of that. We anticipate to put that into reserves, and the net result on the surplus at year end won't be there because it'll be an increase in revenue and an increase in expenditure as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that said, I'll kind of move on to the revenue summary. So again, there's that $3.4 million favorable variance, which is majority of which relates to that investment return revenue. There's also some additional revenues that have variances though. Licenses and permits has a nearly $12,000 favorable variance related to planning and development permits. Other revenue has a $98,000 favorable variance, primarily consisting of oil field water licensing revenues. Sales of goods and services has a $114,000 favorable variance. $75,000 relates to the dust control program. $13,000 relates to water distribution charges. $12,000 relates to oil field inspection fees, and $14,000 relates to other small variances across departments, including campgrounds, paid parking, cemeteries, scrap metal sales, tax notification fees, and map sales. Sales to other governments has a $4,600 unfavorable variance, includes an $18,000 favorable one with respect to transfer site agreements, and a $22,000 unfavorable variance related to protective services contracts. Rental income has a $2,100 favorable variance related to updated rental agreements. Just the amounts weren't known when we did the budget last year, and so they were a little bit higher than we anticipated. Penalties and fines has a $4,500 unfavorable variance, which relates to penalties on property taxes. Again, that one is when we aligned the budget last year, we kind of did what we anticipated that the updated penalty and fine structure, what that would look like, and we weren't quite there. So when we looked at the 2025 budget, that would be something we adjusted for, anticipated based on our 2024 trending. Property taxes has a $36,000 favorable variance, and this just relates to assessment adjustments, so things that were received after the official roll was presented, and so those are increases based on increased assessment that came in after the fact. Special taxes and frontage has a $50,000 favorable variance. This relates to riser fees received. Riser fees aren't included in the operating budget. We just aren't, they vary so much year to year. And so that's an item that during the fourth quarter report, any riser fees that were received during the year, those will get contributed back to reserves. And that's a function we've typically done year to year. Return on investments has that $2.5 million favorable variance. Again, this variance aligns with the preliminary reserve strategy presented to Council in October 2023, where investment returns are intended to be utilized as a reserve growth mechanism rather than an operating budget funding source. During the second quarter report, $1.6 million was contributed to reserves to reflect income earned above budget from January 1st to June 30th. A second contribution will be made during the fourth quarter report to reflect additional income earned from July 1st to December 31st. With the decreasing prime interest rate, we don't anticipate it to be as high as it was for the first 6 months of the year, but there will still be that favorable variance and additional money put back into reserves for future projects. There's a $52,000 favorable variance related to transfers from reserves. This actually represents an additional reserve draw approved through council motion, which is funding repairs to a Trochu fire truck, for which there is an offsetting unfavorable expenditure variance under transfers to individuals and organizations. This was something that came up in 2023, and so when that expense was incurred, we pulled that money back out of reserves to offset that unfavorable variance. Then there's $572,000 favorable related to capital equipment sales. Again, there's $433,000 was contributed into reserves of that surplus during the second quarter report. We do anticipate some additional sales from the fourth quarter, and so during the fourth quarter report, any additional funds will go back into that capital equipment plan reserve. All other revenue streams align with expectations, and there's no significant year-end variances anticipated. Before I move on to expenditures, is there any questions on revenues?
Okay, Councillor Forbes.
Just on the revenue, for the 75,000 favorable variance on the dust control program, can I just get an explanation? Because in my thought process, I thought we were doing it at cost. So how do we have a positive, please? Could I just have an explanation?
Mr. Zier?
So thank you for the question through the chair. You're correct. We do analyze on a yearly basis our use, both of our equipment, our manpower, as well as the costs of products coming in. You'll typically see a favorable result on this revenue because we do handle the gravel that we apply on that. We handle the maintenance, the application of that, our internal labor, staff costs, all that sort of thing is managed underneath the operating budget. So it isn't actually underneath the dust control program. It correlates with it, but it isn't necessarily. It'll always be a positive variance in that because that's strictly the dust control product that we're purchasing on that. Does that answer your question? Or?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So basically, we charged out more than we anticipated because we had more demand for the dust control.
Well, so through the chair, the numbers actually balance out when you take into accommodation the gravel, the materials that we have budgeted under different GL codes, yes.
Okay. But in this particular case, it is just showing the income earned through the dust control program, and this 75,000 represents income that we weren't anticipating. in the budget process.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I think you're clear to go ahead.
Okay, in terms of expenditures, there's a $1.7 million unfavorable forecasted variance to year end. Again, I'll remind council that the majority of that is additional contributions to reserves. It's not actually money that's been spent on normal expenditures day to day that has caused that unfavorable variance. But within that, contract goods and services has a $225,000 favorable variance. It includes several contributing factors. 74,000 related to training, conferences, and memberships, 46,000 favorable related to advertising and PR, 42,000 favorable related to public land mowing, 21,000 favorable related to professional contracted services, 16,000 favorable for grounds maintenance, $15,000 favorable for land care programming, $13,000 favorable for IT contracts, $8,000 favorable for major maintenance, $7,000 favorable for insurance, $6,000 favorable for related to contracted building maintenance, $5,000 favorable related to equipment rentals, $12,000 favorable related to minor variances across small departments. There's also a couple unfavorable variances, including $30,000 related to contracted equipment and maintenance repairs, and $9,000 unfavorable for urban garbage site expenses. Within materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, there's a $111,000 favorable variance, again with multiple contributing factors. $58,000 favorable related to shop supplies, $48,000 favorable for general goods and supplies across various departments. With that one, there's a multitude of like $1,000, $1,500 variances that make that up. There really isn't any driving factor to that dollar value. There's $14,000 favorable for road maintenance supplies, $8,000 favorable in extension program supplies, and $6,000 favorable for park supplies. Then there's $10,000 unfavorable related to culverts, $9,000 unfavorable to dust control materials. That's where council will note there's that additional increase in revenue where we have more revenue than we anticipated in the budget, where we also have more expenditures than we anticipated in the budget. And so when we do cost control, just to reiterate what Mr. Zier said, is that dust control is not just cost recovery on the supplies itself. So when we say there's $9,000 unfavorable for dust control supplies, that's one component of the costing that we put into when we look at what budgeting for that revenue and putting that rate for revenue. So there's also equipment costs, there's fuel, there's wages, all those things also make up for that. And those aren't broken out into just a dust control program when we do the accounting side of it. So that's why those two numbers don't perfectly align. It's because that's just one component of the costing of dust control. Then there's $4,000 unfavorable for water for resale. Within salaries and wages, we have an $89,000 favorable variance. The year-end forecast reflects the implementation of the 50th percentile market adjustment. Based on current salary trends and position vacancies, the full impact of that implementation is anticipated to be fully funded through the operating budget. However, implementation may put some departments over budget due to position allocations. The forecast predicts that reserve funds set aside from 2023 surplus are not likely to be required to implement that market adjustment. Within provision for allowances, there's a $27,000 favorable variance. So this item represents uncollectible taxes written off during the year. All write-offs have been presented to council and are accommodated within the year-end forecasting. So we don't anticipate that number to change for the fourth quarter report. Purchases from other governments has a $38,000 unfavorable variance. This primarily relates to an unbudgeted Drumheller Waste Commission payment increase. Transfers to other governments has a $50,000 favorable variance. This relates to contingency funding not anticipated to be utilized. Council might recall that this is actually an item that we've removed out of the budget for 2025, as we've recognized that it wasn't utilized and that there would be other mechanisms to potentially fund unexpected items that come up rather than leaving it in the budget year to year. Transfers to individuals and organizations has a $60,000 unfavorable variance. This includes a $5,000 favorable variance related to grant programming, $52,000 unfavorable related to those repairs on that Trochu fire unit, where again, there's that the revenue variance related to that draw from reserves as well. And there's $14,000 unfavorable to repairs on the Linden fire unit. Contributions to reserves has that 2.1 unfavorable variance. However, that's actually sort of misleading because it's an additional contribution into reserves that were motioned by council during the Q2 report. That's the end of my summary by function. Before I move on to the summary by department, is there any questions on expenditures?
Any question on the expense side? I'm not seeing any, so if you want to continue, please.
Thank you. Okay, so the next piece is really the same set of information on the operating budget. It just kind of talks to where those variances are affecting different departments within the organization. Within council, there's a $38,000 favorable variance in expenditures related to savings in salaries, contracted services, and grant programming. There's, in corporate items, there's a $3.1 million favorable revenue variance. This relates to those higher than budgeted investment returns in the sale of capital equipment. And then there's that $2 million unfavorable expenditure variance, which again relates to those reserve contributions per council motions related to the favorable variances in the same area. The Office of the CAO has a $13,000 unfavorable variance, which primarily relates to market adjustment implementation for salaries and wages. Again, that's where some of those salaries we expect on a broad way that salaries will come in within budget, even with that 50th percent implementation. Some departments have an over and some departments have an under, depending on how that implemented across the organization. Corporate Services has an $18,000 favorable expenditure variance, which includes favorable variances in contracted services and material costs, which is partially offset by an unfavorable variance in salaries. And again, that unfavorable variance relates to market adjustment implementation. Transportation has a $183,000 favorable revenue variance, which relates to higher than budgeted dust control and water access agreement revenues. There's a $168,000 favorable expenditure variance, which includes an unfavorable variance in contracted services, offset by favorable variances in materials and supplies and salaries. Environmental Services has a $60,000 favorable revenue variance, which relates to water connection fees and waste collection agreements. And then there's a $6,900 unfavorable expenditure variance, which includes favorable variances in contracted services, materials, and supplies, which is offset by an unfavorable variance in the Drumheller Waste Commission payment. Facilities has a $5,700 unfavorable expenditure variance, which relates to higher than budgeted building repair costs and salary expenditures in line with the implementation of the market adjustment. Enforcement has a $24,000 unfavorable revenue variance relating to fines and call-out services. Then there's a $129,000 favorable expenditure variance within enforcement. This primarily relates to salaries and wages due to vacancies and favorable variances in contract services, materials, and supplies. The fire department has a $55,000 favorable revenue variance. The majority of that is that $52,000 draw from reserves to fund the offsetting $59,000 unfavorable expenditure variance. If you take that out of the equation, there's really small variances within that department as projected to year end. Disaster has a $7,900 favorable expenditure variance related to materials and supplies as well as contracted services. Planning has a $3,600 favorable variance related to licenses and permits, and then $14,000 favorable variance for expenditures, which includes variances in contracted services and materials and offset by a small unfavorable salary variance related to market adjustment implementation. Agricultural Services has a $43,000 favorable variance related to weed inspections and custom sprayings, and then a $105,000 favorable expenditure variance, which includes variances in contracted services, materials, and salaries. Parks has a really small unfavorable variance related to campground and park fees. Expenses has a $34,000 favorable variance related to contracted services, materials, and salaries. Cemeteries has a $2,200 favorable variance related to plot sales. And expenses $6,100 favorable, including seasonal wages and contracted services. And the Economic Development Department has a $120,000 unfavorable variance. This primarily relates to salaries and wages due to the addition of an unbudgeted position by council motion during the year.
Okay, at this point, are there any questions related to the information being provided? Okay, again, I'm not seeing any at this point, so if you want to go on, please.
Absolutely. The next item is Appendix C, Operating Project Summary. And I'll just note one thing that we've done this for the 2025 budget, and I've also implemented this into the Q3 report. Historically, council has seen operating projects reflected in the operating budget schedules and in this schedule, Appendix C. We've removed those out because we were effectively reporting on them twice, and it was sometimes almost showing a variance that was sort of challenging to then explain that wasn't really there within the operating budget. So it doesn't mean that we're not reporting, like we're still reporting on them the same. We haven't changed how they're funded. We haven't changed how we're handling operating projects. We've just really recognized them as they're projects not related to the operating budget, and by allowing them to be reported on separately, it just provides a little bit more of a clean view on where that surplus is sitting within the operating budget. And it also allows, when you're kind of looking at a year-to-year review, you're not looking at the revenues for the operating budget doing this depending on how the operating budget is. Now your net didn't change, but your expenditures or revenues might change because of those. So that's just one thing that I wanted to point out within this report, that if somebody looked at prior reports and saw non-TCA operating projects or saw those draws from reserve numbers change, that's why, is we've pulled that out just to make that reporting a little bit easier to understand. So within operating projects, there's 17 operating projects being undertaken in 2024. The specific details of each project, including budget, expenditures to date, funding source, projected final cost, project variance, start date, end date, and comments on project status are detailed in Appendix C. At a high level, there's a projected favorable variance of $141,000, or approximately 10% of the total operating project budget. I will note that council will recall within 2024, we started implementing typically a 10% contingency on all projects. And that was to kind of eliminate some of those projects that were coming a little bit over budget based on what our expectations were. So to see a 10% variance on the total projected on the total operating project budget is fairly reasonable. That says that we're not typically having to use that contingency as a whole, but we'd be close if we hadn't implemented that contingency. Of those 17 operating projects, 11 have no projected variance based on the project status as of September 30th. And so really that just means where we're at with that project, we aren't able to say there's for sure going to be a favorable variance or an unfavorable variance at the end. We're anticipating to use close to that project budget. 4 are projected to be completed under budget, and 2 are projected to be over budget by $204 and $1438, respectively. Any operating project completed under budget will reduce the funds drawn from the associated reserve, and any projects completed over budget will be funded with those unallocated funds during the fourth quarter report. So really when we hit that fourth quarter report, if there's any projects that went a little bit over budget, we'll say, can we pull that additional funding that we saved on a different project? At the end of the day, it very minimally changes how that fluctuates. And we typically, when it's a really small variance, that's something that we'll deal with in a quarterly report. If it's something that was going to be large, that really changed the scope of a project, that would be something that would come back to council independently to say, hey, this project has completely changed the scope, the cost is out of line, we need approval to look at that. And that has happened in the past with projects. The video wall for one, right? Can we put a budget together, anticipated a certain dollar value, when we requested quotes, it came back higher, and we acknowledged that because of the significance of the variance, we came back to council for approval. When we're looking at a really small variance, we typically move forward and manage within that. In terms of capital projects, there's 27 capital projects being undertaken in 2024. Again, the specific details are included within Appendix D. There's a $2 million favorable variance on all projects forecasted, which is approximately 17% of the total capital project budget. Again, capital projects are much bigger than operating projects, and that 10% contingency was implemented, so that typically means we're not needing all of that contingency. And again, that just means less money that'll be pulled from reserves or less money that'll be utilized from grant programming that can be used elsewhere. Within those projects, 17 are projected to be completed under budget. 6 have no projected variance based on the project status at the end of September, and 4 are projected to be over budget. Again, any ones that will be under budget will reduce those funds drawn, and any over budget will be funded during the fourth quarter report. Okay. Next is the cash and investment summary. We continue to generate fairly strong rates of return on our investments. However, decreases in the prime interest rate are resulting in lower returns than achieved during 2023 and early 2024. As detailed in Appendix E, the rate of return on cash investments ranges from 4.4% to 6.05% as of the end of September. Then the reserve continuity is the last schedule attached to this report, and it tracks the movements based on council approvals of each of the county's reserves. The financial information included in that schedule only changes if council approves new expenditures or amends project budgets. Projects are completed under budget, or unanticipated external funding, mainly grants, are approved post-budget. For example, there's a couple bridge projects that were approved by council to be funded through reserves this year. We actually got some STIP funding for those, so that changes the amount of money we draw out of reserves to fund those projects. And again, we've included a column where we anticipate what projects are going to be under budget and what funding isn't utilized, so that we can project what our year-end balances we think we might have in those reserves based on what the project statuses are at the end of September. And that kind of is the end of Q3. Are there any further council questions?
Okay, thank you for that. Does council have any questions regarding the Q3 variance report, third quarter? On the information that's been presented here this morning. Well, I think you've left us speechless or questionless. Just give a moment for everybody. If there are no questions, then what I would be looking for would be a motion. Deputy Reeve or Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, I would move the council accepts the 2024 third quarter variance report for information.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the 2024 third quarter variance report for information. Any further question, discussion, or comment? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously, and I just want to say thank you. Very much appreciate the information and being kept up to date, and so I know it's not just you that's in the background doing all that work, but since you're sitting in front of us, would you please pass along our thanks to those responsible? It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. You are correct. It is a significant effort by all staff that have budgets to manage, and it is very much so appreciated, the information they provide me, so that I can provide council with what's going on.
Yep, thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 4.2, which would be the 2025 budget, question, responses, and deliberations. And again, welcome back, Ms. Von Merbach. And again, we appreciate the effort that's gone into this, but we look forward to hearing from you this morning. So at any point when you're ready, you just go for it.
Thank you. So today represents the third component of the 2025 budget process. What we've done at this stage is, actually, you know what, I'll go to the next slide. So within the budget process, the first presentation was setting the stage and presenting proposed projects to council. Then we looked at the core operating budget at the last council meeting. So this meeting is really intended, we've collected all of the questions that council has asked. We've addressed a good chunk of them at this report. Any remaining ones are going to be addressed at the November 26th council meeting. So the majority of this presentation is really responding back to those council questions that have been asked during the budget process. And at the end, we'll kind of look at what those next steps look like. I know I promised my budget dashboard would be available today. It is not fully completed. I unfortunately was sick over the weekend and did not finish it as I planned to. I do have some kind of key metrics to kind of give council and sort of a few questions at the very end of my presentation to sort of ask so that I can really build out that dashboard to give council everything they need to look at those budget deliberations at the next council meeting so that we can go back and bring the budget to council on December 10th for a hopeful adoption of the budget prior to the year end. So with that said, we've got, before I kind of get into council or questions, I'm going to look at kind of our current state. There's been a couple items that have been adjusted since we sat in front of you last time. And so we've got a little bit of an updated shortfall that we're looking at. And then we'll look at responding to questions. And then again, I'll look at those next steps on how we look forward and what that next council meeting will look like. So when we presented to council last council meeting, we had a $1,777,109 shortfall. There's been 2 items that have come up since then that have been adjusted in the background. So there's a $46,911 increase in expenditures for water for resale. We had some communication of an increase in the water price that we're going to pay for water, and it was at approximately a 5% increase on that rate, and it was significant enough that we felt we needed to bring that into the budget equation so we wouldn't be coming back at quarterly reports reflecting this unfavorable variance. It also might be pertinent to council when they think about whether they adjust water rates for the 2025 budget, just in reflection of that increase. There's also an increase in the FCSS contribution. As was pointed out last meeting, we did go back and double check those numbers, and so we added that $8,667 into that FCS contribution expenditure so that that will align with what we actually are expected to pay out next year. So as of today, that leaves our shortfall at $1,132,687. Within that, we've got, so this kind of totals out, so that 132,000 is related to the core operating budget. That doesn't include any new initiatives that are put forward for council consideration. If you include those, that's another $191,900 that is extra items that would come into that budget that would need to be funded within the operating budget. It includes the Wimborne groundwater filtration upgrade, a 4th CPO, and fuel management system replacement increased costs. With that, we also have sort of a summary of the proposed projects and funding sources. This just summarizes the categories of projects that have been put forward to council and how the total costs of those. The majority of our projects are anticipated to be funded through reserves. There's also an amount that's anticipated to be funded through the LGFF grant. Then there's the $191,900 with related to the operating budget impact on 2025 that relates to those projects. In addition, there's that $5.1 million that was previously approved by council, which relates to capital equipment plan. So again, when I bring that budget dashboard forward, you'll see that amount as your total budget picture because it's a part of the projects that are approved. But we went forward to council independently of the budget process so that we could expedite the ordering process and ensure assets are replaced in alignment with our asset management planning. Within the proposed projects, there's $15 million of potential future project costs. So again, this is what administration is anticipating might come forward as a result of projects that are being proposed this year. Those numbers would be further refined in future budget cycles as we move forward. And then there's a 2026 projected operating budget impact, which is $247,000. Again, some of those costs, some projects are going to take an implementation year, and then there will be some costs that will be incurred as a result of moving forward with those. And that's not incremental to the 191, that's like total cost. So council would anticipate to see that 191,000. If we said yes to every project that has an operating budget impact this year, you'd see that 191,000 come online for 2025, and you'd see approximately an extra 55,000 come on in 2026 budget process that would be included within the operating budget.
Any questions at this point? I'm not seeing any, so, oh, sorry. Counselor Forbes, please.
I guess I just have a couple of questions around, and I'm not sure if I ask them now or if I ask them later on. It's around the the CPOs that we have.
I think, sure, it's appropriate, because we just were talking about, on the previous slide, that's one of the operating proposed projects for 2025, and the 150,900 is part of what we're talking about, so I think it's appropriate, sure.
Okay, so I guess my question is how often are the current CPOs?
Okay, just hang on a second, sorry.
Through the chair, we actually have several slides on the CPOs coming up in this presentation, and we actually have, Deb is going to come speak to that component, so those questions might be best addressed after that part, because we might be able to answer them for you.
Okay, so we'll.
Thank you.
Counselor Forbes, if you'd hang on to those, I know you have them written down, so I'm not worried about you losing them, so. Okay, so we'll postpone those till we get additional information, so
Yes.
thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Okay, and sort of how we, just in terms of that listing of questions, one of the things that we attach to this report is the list of all questions that were collected through council throughout the process. There are some questions that are addressed here and some that will be addressed the next council meeting. We kind of looked at it as we tried to address all the ones that had the biggest financial implications in time for this meeting, and any other ones will be addressed the next meeting. It was sort of, we just didn't quite have enough time to fit them all within this presentation, so that's where that kind of happened, and we listed those all out and indicated whether they were included in this presentation, what slide they were responded in, and then again, next presentation, we'll do the same thing. We'll connect them to what slide number they're responded to with. One of the questions was, how is the budget allocated between proactive and reactive regarding aging infrastructure? The vast majority of the projects that are being proposed to council this year are proactive rather than reactive. The only two that are reactive is that Brackeneer picnic shelter, where last year it was determined that it needed to be removed based on the quality of it. And we're looking at replacing that as one of the projects this year. And then there's the fuel management system replacement, which is sort of at that point where it's a little bit more outdated and it's becoming a little bit more challenging to continue to operate it and collect the right data to facilitate asset management. Aside from that, the rest of the projects being put forward, and these all apply to capital projects, all the rest of them are really more proactive maintenance or replacement rather than reactive. The next question is speaking about what is the optimum reserve balance required to maintain all infrastructure. So this is one of those items that we really talk when we keep talking about asset management and how that looks. We don't really know the perfect optimal reserve balance right now. We believe that our reserves are fairly healthy, and that's when we consider how some of our comparators have their reserve balances versus what their cost of assets are. Sort of looking at what we look at as a whole, but that's only the information we currently have. And so one of the things we really, as we progress asset management, we're going to be able to refine that number and report that back to council to say, this is adequate, this is not, here's our shortfall, here's where we need to be. And again, they're going to fluctuate those optimal balances based on asset acquisitions or disposals as we refine data, as environmental factors change. So it's something that'll kind of always be a little bit fluctuating as we go year to year, but there will be a target that we're looking at. And again, that depends on service levels. So sometimes that optimal reserve balance could change as council amends service levels, whether that's increasing them or decreasing them. It can change based on asset condition. Did an asset deteriorate faster than we expected, or is it not deteriorating as fast as we expect? And then also looking at those long-term infrastructure plans. So what are the plans for the future? And that'll help dictate what those look like. So that's one of those things that we're constantly working on in the background and trying to refine that, and one of the key focuses in terms of asset management and also alignment with finance moving forward. The next item is what is put aside in reserves for Horseshoe Canyon. There's $144,999 in the Parks Reserve. This is the projected balance available after funding 2025 proposed projects. And so really when we're looking at funding options for Horseshoe Canyon, that's one piece of the puzzle. There's also other county reserve funds. There's also potential reserve or provincial grant programming, and there's also potential external investment. So where we're sitting within Horseshoe Canyon is there's sort of that planning phase that council's adopted the Horseshoe Canyon master plan. There's kind of an anticipation of what that looks forward, but there isn't a commitment on how those projects would be funded moving forward. And those are items that will come forward for council discussion and direction in the future. And again, this kind of ties in, what do the next steps for Horseshoe Canyon look like? So within 2024, there's the project has the feasibility study and conceptual design. That's still in progress and will come back to council for presentation in the future. Then in the 2025 plans, we have site selection and construction design and an area structure plan. Again, components of that rely on the 2024 project and how council responds to those. So while we have them put into the budget for this year, it still pens some council direction on how some of those move forward. And then in the future, continued development based on council direction. So how that looks, how council expects those initiatives to be funded, et cetera. Those things are all still, we're working towards them, but what that exactly looks like is not set in stone and still is under council's control. The next item under major bridge maintenance, what does double layer mean? The double layer upgrade refers to the type of W-beam guardrail. Installing a double layer of metal will bring it up to the new standard. In terms of the SCADA HMI PLC pump house upgrades, there was a question of what is the lifespan of these upgrades. We did respond to that during council, but we kind of went back and just reaffirmed those those expectations. And it's 5 to 15 years depending on the component and technology. Sometimes parts can become sparse in that time frame, so there are kind of some updates that need to happen depending on what happens externally with those systems in the market. But really, we just kind of are trying to upgrade it, and at this time, there's some significant upgrades that need to happen to align with current standards. In terms of Wimborne groundwater filtration system, there's a couple questions that were asked. How many water connections are there in Wimborne? There's 25 water connections out there. The volumes for water, approximately 2,865 cubes of water in 2023, which averages just under 8 cubes per day. And in terms of lagoon impacts, given that there's only 8 cubes per day kind of going through the system at this time, and the lagoon can handle 20 cubes per day, it's anticipated that there's no significant impact on that lagoon given this project. Gravel pit drilling investigation project. There's how many years of gravel remain at the Torrington gravel pit. So with our current usage projections, the existing pit's anticipated remaining useful life is 5 to 6 years. Then we look at the economic development website project, and would it be linked to the county website? So really this project is one where we're building a standalone website, and through that process, it'll be a consideration on how those two are connected and interlinked with each other. And then we get to the fourth CPO, which I am going to let Ms. Grossfield come and speak to this, as she's got all the details and all the answers, hopefully.
Welcome, Ms. Grossfield, and appreciate you being here to provide us with additional information, and whenever you are ready.
Good morning, Council. Yes, so a couple questions came up on the fourth CPO request. And so one of them was on the enforcement contracts with the Urbans. And so right now, we have contracts with all of them. Most of them are on on-call basis. The one that is not is Three Hills. So that's a contracted weekly amount. And that, even with the last year, we haven't quite made even those 4 hours per week just due to capacity. So we try to get in 16 hours, but sometimes we do not. So all of them are on an hourly rate that we charge back. We believe that their cost recovery in those existing agreements. Again, those agreements all are expiring at the end of December. And so some new costs probably should be added in there to make sure that we're still cost recovery going forward in the new agreements. And so that's kind of where we're at with that. I'm not sure what other questions you kind of had on the contracts.
Councillor Christie?
Just curious, if we have a fourth CPO, will we get ACME back, or is that even in the question?
I don't know if we will. They are currently contracted under Bicycer, and right now they have a good working relationship with Bicycer. I mean, they do still call us for on-call stuff, but right now that would be a negotiation that we'd have to see if we can.
Okay, well,
Get
on
back.
location, they're closer to Bicycle than they are to here, so.
Councillor Cunningham?
So somewhere in the package, it was noted that due to some changes, which I would assume would be the implementation of the unsightly bylaw, that has increased calls to service. So I'm just curious, since that implementation, what are the amounts of calls that have been received on those files?
I believe we have 3 calls now that we're working on that are on related to that bylaw.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Another one, if we go to the 4 CPOs, would we be going to a 7-day-a-week, longer hours per day of service in the county?
Yeah, so right now, actually, 2 of the peace officers, and we could go to the next slide, I'm not sure. Oh, no, maybe not. So right now, the peace officers actually are doing 10-hour shifts. So it's 7 o'clock in the morning is one of them that starts, and then the other one will counter that so that we're working a little bit later into the evening. When it's winter, we don't go too far. I think those shifts end at 5 or 6. Depends if we don't, yeah. But in the summer, we do have a little bit wider, so it's from 7 to 8 or 9, those shifts go to, so. With 4 officers, we'd definitely be able to offer more of those 10-hour shifts so that we do have that further coverage. But yeah, it's definitely still capacity in trying to cover all the spots. Now that we have 3, it does take about 6 months to get a CPO good to go. By the time you get the appointment, get them trained, take those extra courses that they might require, like emergency vehicle operations, they would need that on their appointment in order to turn on their lights and, yeah, so.
So, just further clarity, we're not necessarily looking at weekend scheduling, even if we had a 4th CPO.
No, we are.
Oh,
We
you
are, yeah. So right now in the summer, we have, on Saturdays, we have a peace officer well, for sure those parades, they're all covered. So those parade days, we make sure that we have the CPOs on. For those parade days, they were 7.5 hours, but we have switched them to 10. So we do, right now, through the winter, we do not, because we do not have enough people. But we absolutely could be doing some weekends, and that is the plan, for sure. That we could be, if we had 4 officers, that would only be 1 weekend a month, so.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, like 1 weekend for their schedule per month, right? So we could do every weekend, every Saturday, sorry.
1 officer per weekend.
Correct, sorry.
No, that's good.
Roundabout way.
As long as we're using the same language, that's the important thing. Okay, anything else on the contracted services? If not, continue with your presentation.
Okay, so the next question was, is there support for an additional CPO? And so we talked about coverage and the time off and the scheduling. I kind of figured it out over in 2020, with 3 officers, we'd have just over 5,000 serviceable hours. In the past 2 years, this has gone down to about 3,000, just because of the amount of capacity with the leaves and vacation and training. That's pretty much where we were at, because we do have to, in order to have a consistent program, we do have to factor in all the human aspects of that job position as well, right? So they do get days off, and so just figuring all of that out. Yeah, and so 4 officers would allow for that more flexibility in the schedule and would improve that patrol coverage. And then I think in March, I brought a chart about priorities, where the officers are at. And so we have some high priority items where the officers have to say no to some of the possibly community events, if that's a lower priority, in order to balance the workload. So however many officers we have, we balance that workload based on those priorities. And so if we have more officers, we can get further down into those priorities. If we have less officers, we can only do those A's when it comes to the priorities.
Sorry. Councillor Whitstock?
Thanks. Deb, I have a question. So most of our towns and villages are on an on-call system. What is the expected response time for us to arrive on their situation? I guess it would depend on the severity of it.
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, if there's a severe or emergent situation there, to call our CMP, right? Our CMP are 24/7 for sure. So what has happened before is that they actually send an email to myself, or they call our line, and it's mostly by law enforcement or targeted patrols.
Yeah, so it's not a hurry up and get their thing.
No, it's not. It's not an emergency response. It is a by law enforcement call or a targeted patrol that they'd like in their municipality.
So when they're in the area, then they do.
Right.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Other questions related to this proposed 4th position? Other information that you wanted to present to us, Ms. Grossfield, in terms of answering the questions why, I guess?
Yeah, sure. So I completed a couple more slides, and I kind of just wanted to get a comparison of the other municipalities and where they're at. And so those CPO officers are up there. Some municipalities also have by law enforcement officers who are not peace officers. There's some caution with a by law enforcement officer because they can't be tracked the same way a peace officer can. They can't have the same communications, and they can't have the same safety tools. So that's kind of there's definitely some extra procedures that would have to happen with that by law enforcement officer. But yeah, so that's kind of that. And then this is the last slide. So is there enough work for 4 CPOs? And I just said yes. More flexibility in the schedule that will provide more coverage and more programming opportunities. Again, when we had 4 officers, we had some really good engagement sessions, like on farming equipment and more school engagement, but we had it actually for more ratepayers. We actually went to some of the community halls and put on some load securement. We worked with commercial vehicles, some of the other agencies a little bit more. Additional support for the planning department, council supports economic development that can lead to enforcement work. And so that's, like we had talked about before, is just, when you have those developments, there might be a little bit more targeted enforcement that needs to go with those. And then just to further the community priorities that are set by council.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions? Councillor Forbes, please.
I guess one of my questions would be is what feedback have we received from the communities we serve regarding the current enforcement services? And is there a strong demand for increased presence and faster response times?
We haven't done a community feedback survey. I think our last one was 3 years ago that we've done that community feedback survey. And that's kind of the only feedback, I guess, we get for a county-wide, other than at the community discovery nights for engagement. On the response side, I'm going to say that there's some files that have not been, with only 2 officers and the limited schedule for this past year, there have been some files that have taken some time, I guess you could say. So we've had that feedback from some of those ratepayers, but in the end, we'd have closed the loop on them. And yeah, but some of them do take some time as well to enforce, so, and to do that follow-up. But I haven't heard anything back other than like one phone call. So if you are hearing things, then that's like, I just need that feedback, but yeah.
In terms of our, excuse me, in terms of our contracted services with our partner communities, are you getting feedback from them? Are they reasonably satisfied with the service levels? Are we responding to their bylaw requests sufficient to keep them happy, or what's the situation?
They send me the bylaw calls and we dispatch those out, and I haven't had any negative feedback from what I've heard. Again, I think it's just more capacity-wise. Sometimes we don't have the capacity to take on those files, and so that's why ACME went where they needed to go. Yeah, but I haven't heard anything back from the municipalities, so.
Okay. Mr. Gannon, you wanted to comment?
Yes, thank you through the chair. On another note, one of the reasons that we believe that a 4th officer is important to this portfolio is we are a complaint-driven system as it is. So through those complaint-driven activities, we believe that there's sufficient amount of work with that, but also to have that community-based approach. We have better opportunities to do those community-based approaches and not just the increased calls that we see or request for speeding in the area, these things like that. We want to be in the communities. We want to work with the schools. We want to work with prevention versus just trying to find the infraction-based application of this program. So we do want to make a more fulsome program. And the 4th peace officer does add some of that contingency in it. Some files do take 2 officers to go, and when you need to send 2 officers to a single file or a single, sorry, not file, a single event, it reduces the capacity for your entire community. So having that 4th and being able to have that flexibility in scheduling gives you that ability to have both the community-based respectively, and the enforcement-based file as it is corrective and complaint-driven.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so any other questions or comments, any further information regarding this position? Councillor Cunningham?
So it looks like the council supported economic development is something that could potentially, it says can lead to more enforcement work. So could you just expand on that a little bit? Like what economic development activities are we going to see that would require more enforcement, just for curiosity?
Through the chair, I think that we have seen an increase sometimes in needs at like perhaps Horseshoe Canyon. We've gone down there on some of the weekends just to kind of do a little bit more enforcement sometimes down there in the summer. The other part is even some of the local developments in the area, you're going to see an increased amount of traffic, I think is the big kicker. So just a little bit more on some of the local roads that might need a little bit more presence.
Well, we know like when for instance, the solar was being developed north of Three Hills, there was an increased demand on patrol and requests for patrol and just the traffic that was generated by that project. And I know I've had certain amount of feedback on some of the oil and gas activity and the amount of traffic that's being generated by that, and just requests that perhaps we keep a better eye on what's happening around some of those other developments. And so any development is going to generate traffic for sure, and increased requests for our CPOs to be out there monitoring what's going on. So, Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to build on what Mr. Gannon had said earlier, and taking that and expanding on it. And one of the key messages that I think we're putting forward, with a number of questions about the relationship to the urbans in terms of the contracted services we provide. That's a very, very small portion of what our peace officer program does. I think it's about 20 hours a month around there. So it's not a large component of what we do. The reasoning for putting this forward is actually not related to the urban contracts that we have. Everything that we're outlining are impacts that are Kneehill County related. And so that's one of the things that I wanted to build on from what Mr. Gannon said, is that there's, we're not looking at this as any way to provide additional services to the urbans to do that. We do that because we can. We have the ability to do it, we can, but it's not the core function of what our peace officer program exists to do. So everything that we're tying back to in the list that Ms. Grossfield has put together here is targeted at Kneehill County services.
But we're also acknowledging that we're maybe not able to fulfill completely some of the urban contract stuff that we have.
With the capacity of going down to 2 officers this past year, like only having 2 officers filled in those positions, yes, we did not meet that contract fully. I think we were at 12 hours, like, so we were almost there, but with Three Hills, it's obviously easier because it's right here, right? And this is where our station is, so a little bit easier to get some patrols in. And I just wanted to clarify on the commercial vehicle enforcement a little bit and infrastructure protection. So right now we have 1 officer that has weights and dimensions. This is completely different from a commercial vehicle inspector though. So a weights and dimensions will allow some enforcement. We have scales in the vehicles. A lot of times we would actually follow them to a scale if they're in the area to weigh them, just because it's easier. And with only 1 person doing that, it's a little bit trickier sometimes. But it is not a commercial vehicle inspector. If we did do that, I know some other counties do have a commercial vehicle inspector. We did train 1 officer, and they had to have a minimum of, I think it was like, I don't know, like 50 inspections a year in order to be a certified commercial vehicle inspector. So it was a lot of training. It was a lot of focusing on that. So I just kind of wanted you to know we can still do enforcement because we have weights and dimensions. So we have 1 officer right now. We have 2 going in December for that weights and dimensions, so that we'll be ready for road ban season a little bit better as well.
Okay, any other questions related to the CPO and the program as currently designed and being proposed? Councillor Cunningham.
So I know in the past, one of our former CPOs had talked to the business community about potentially doing a real crime prevention program. If we implement a 4th CPO, would that be a program that maybe we would come forward with?
Go ahead, Ms. Grossfield.
I think we could, but that was probably a more joint program with RCMP, in my opinion, just because when it's Rural Crime Watch, I think that there's a little bit more that we can be doing with RCMP on that program completely. And yes, we can be the advocators for that program and get out there a little bit more and do a little bit more with that agency. And I did say kind of, you know, we used to do a lot of joint forces with the RCMP officers, but we had officers to offer, right? And we could adapt those schedules. And right now, we're not doing that as much, just because we have been that shorter staff. So, but yes, and in the past too, we've also worked with the rural crime community groups as well. There's one in Wimborne area. So we have worked with them in the past. Again, that's kind of a priority that has fallen, and I would love to see that back up. CEPTED is that crime prevention through environmental design. That program, we have 1 officer right now that has just taken the training, and so working with our planning department as well, I think that they've done a little bit of training on that as well. So that's another program that we'd love to see back up in in the community again a little bit more.
Counselor Forbes?
How close are we to seeing the third CPO being put online for us for use?
For appointment, so he's been hired, and so I'm hoping that he'll have his appointment by the end of December. He is taking, like I said, that weights and dimensions training, just to make sure. And so I'm hoping by January, we will have him in a patrol vehicle. That's the hope and the dream. Again, it's when you're waiting for the appointment from the province, that's what it takes a little bit of time, so.
Okay. If there are no further questions on the peace officer program and equipment, I'm going to suggest actually that we take a break. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. So we'll be back at 9:50 to continue our conversation. So we're in recess. All right, it's 9:52, so I'm gonna call the council meeting back to order. And we're gonna go back to our conversation around the 2025 budget. And so Ms. Von Merbach and Ms. Grossfield, whenever you're ready.
Like, before we move on, are there any further questions related to that fourth CPO before I?
We have one more, I guess, Councillor Cunningham.
You guessed right. Just with, because I'm on police advisory and just seeing the last portion here on the RCMP community priorities, I'm just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit and just tell me more about what priorities maybe that we could help with a fourth CPO. And it's interesting because most of us as council and administration did meet with K Division at RMA. So I think it's pretty safe to say that across the board in all forms of policing, they're all short-staffed and doing more with less. So hopefully everybody can get their numbers up. So yeah, just curious about that portion, please.
Through the chair, so the community priorities are what council sets every year. They give those to RCMP and then RCMP acts upon them. And so those are priorities that council has given RCMP for communities is community presence in hamlets to work with the youth on engagement programs. There was also some rural crime prevention in there, as well as working with the CPOs in more cross initiatives, I guess, and for training. On the rural patrols, we do a lot of rural patrols still. It's not like we don't. We are out in our hamlets, we're out on gravel roads. That is our priority for sure, because presence is a big part of our program. We do not have the primary highways though. So Highway 21, 27, and 9 are not, so we try to avoid those highways. That might be something that we can consider in the future if we did have 4 officers, and that would help RCMP as well on the traffic safety side, just to balance that out a little bit. But other than that, that's kind of what the RCMP community priorities mean, and it's what council sets every year, and so we do take those into account for sure.
Councillor Cunningham.
Right, so yeah, I'm definitely aware of that. I just wanted to clarify with that fourth CPO, how we could better help the RCMP with their community priorities. So what I'm hearing is we could potentially have a better presence in hamlets, maybe work more with the youth, maybe that rural crime prevention piece, and maybe a little bit more on the traffic safety side. So yeah, thank you for that.
Councillor Forbes.
I guess my question is around incentives, because we all know the cost of having to employ a third and a fourth peace officer costs quite a bit of money for the county to get them online and get them up and running. Do we do anything currently that helps with incentives for the long term of keeping them in can't speak today. Thank you, retention in our employment?
I think with all of our employees, they're part of our employee package, and we have benefits. Like Kneehill County is an amazing place to work, and I think that we really support that, and we absolutely are very proud of that. And our peace officers are part of those programs.
Thank you.
Mr. Hogan.
Just to build on what Ms. Grossfield has said, and she's covered a lot of it, is they're part of the entire employee package. So when we're offering the benefit plan we do, and making sure that the things that we do are up to date. So we've talked with council before about doing a benefits review in 2025. That's part of that package to make sure we are where we should be in the market, or where that 50th percentile. The adjustments that council just did around the 50th percentile are all tied into the answer for that question, and making sure that we're comparable to the marketplace. Beyond that, council, in your budget, as you talked about before, beyond just the straight benefits, there are those other, call them those workplace culture things, whether that's the social the social activities we do, like the golf day and things like that, that are the recognition. It's all part of the package, and the peace officers are a part of that.
Okay, Counselor Penner.
Fair enough on the incentive side, but the money that we put in for training for, say, peace officers, in the agreement, are they obligated to stay with us for a certain amount of time? Or can you even do that?
Ms. Crossfield.
So we are hiring those officers that already have the CPOIP training. And so they're already appointable by the province. So that's the big cost of their training, which is about $14,000. So we're already hiring those at that level. The extra training that they need, that course might be only $700. It just takes time. It's a 5-day course that is $700, right? So it's more just within our operating budget for any of those courses. Do we have something in their contracts to say that they have to stay with us for a certain amount? No, we don't. And I don't think that we have that. I might be speaking out of turn, but I don't think we have that for any of our employees.
And training is something that we have encouraged through the county here, and we appreciate it when our employees are upgrading their skills, and it's a cost of doing business for us. And so I certainly appreciate the fact that we have probably the majority of our staff are interested in learning and growing and doing better at what they do. And so I think as a council, that's something that I personally am very thankful for, and certainly I encourage within our organization that happens. Mr. Hogan, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, through Mr. Rape, just a slight correction in addition to what Ms. Crossfield said. So generally what we look at is if the training is significant enough, we'll look at a return service. For example, a $700 course, generally no. You're not looking at them for that level. So there have been instances in the past where we have looked at that, but a lot of the training we do is not to that level. In the peace officers case, and we have some positions like peace officers, some water operator stuff that tie in together. A lot of the training they take is driven by what we're asking them to do. So there is that improvement component, that improvement that we encourage, but to go earlier in the presentation, if we want them doing work in weights and dimensions as a service level that the county is going to do, they need to have training in weights and dimensions. So having them deliver that out on the road means by virtue they have to take that training in order to have it in there. So there are some things that the trainings that the peace officers take are also in large part driven by what we're asking them to do for us. So if we want to be looking at crime prevention through environmental design, then which we are and we do, then there's training that goes with that in order to be able to do that. So a lot of it is really driven by what we have them doing.
Councillor Penner.
And I'm 100% behind it. And you did clarify right off the bat that initial $14,000 or whatever it costs for that, to have that title, as to say, for that job. So no, I'm 100%, and I think that's why our county is looked at as a very well-run organization, because the staff has taken it upon themselves to continue to update and with their training. So.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions at this moment. So I guess I would say if you'd like to move on in your presentation. And again, thank you, Ms. Crossfield, for being here and providing us some assistance. So Ms. Von Merbach, whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll continue on with responding to some of the questions that has been asked throughout this budget process. One of the things is what is driving the increase in waste collection costs? Have there been any changes to the contract? The increase is related to a contracted annual increase. It's up for renewal in 2026, but there are no contractual adjustments reflected in 2025. How much gravel is crushed annually? So our annual contract is for 80,000 cubes of crushed material, which equates to approximately 145,000 tons of gravel. A couple other ones. What is driving the increase in safety code permit revenues? We've issued, so safety permits are directly related to the size of the associated project, and revenues are budgeted in alignment with historical trends and expected permits for the year. So I guess this is one of those items where we just do what we can in the background to anticipate what the next year will hold. And in terms of what's contributing to the reduction of water modeling fees, historically the county had completed about 10 to 12 water models per year, and recently that's dropped to about 4 on average. This is reflective of the most recently adopted policy, where there was changes to the water modeling requirements for subdivisions, which we believe is caused this reduction. And then this one, what are the implications of the expiry of special tax levies? So this is an item that we've kind of talked about for a few years. There's been expiring levies over the past few years, and we know the rest of them are expiring in the next couple budget cycles. Really, the expiration of special tax levies means a reduction in the contribution to reserves. So when these were initially developed, they were intended to fund the original project costs. So there were connection fees, and some of them were basically levied over a period of time on their on a parcel's tax bill rather than paid up front. And so as those have been collected, they've been contributed back to reserves to sort of fund that eventual, fund what was originally expensed by the county, and really, because that's already been expensed, fund potential long-term replacement or maintenance of those systems. There's a few different transition options to fund those long-term infrastructure requirements. Really, one of the big ones is adjusting water rates to be in alignment with an appropriate level of cost recovery and funding for the long-term needs. We're currently looking at a utility rate review, which will provide some additional context for the future on how that looks. It is feasible to do some other special levies, but it would be something that requires significant council discussion to look at that. So really at this point, we're just putting less money into reserves annually because that revenue is not being received from those original levies. And we're talking about how will the ending of the oil and gas tax holiday affect the tax burden for residents and businesses. So really, as council saw, there's a reflection of an increased revenue in 2025, which is projected. And that's just based on that assessment coming online. That's not based on any adjustment of our tax rates at all. And then really how that looks at the tax burden for residents comes down to when council deliberates how we close the budget shortfall, how tax rates get adjusted, how revenues get adjusted for next year. And that gives us kind of an indicator of where council wants to go with that tax burden and how that adjusts. But really when that final number will come down when we bring the 2025 bylaw to council to be adopted for next year. As council recalls, last year we did budget and we anticipated certain revenue fluctuations based on assessment, and assessment numbers came in quite different than we anticipated and would have put us over that 5-to-1 ratio because of the market growth in residential assessment and the minimal growth in non-residential. And so really how that affects the tax burden for residents is up to council discretion on how those rates get adjusted, how the budget shortfall closes, and what the end final tax bylaw numbers look like when we come into the new year, when we have final assessment. And one of the big things that council's sort of held by is that 5-to-1 ratio, that we're currently at that 4.99 to ratio. So seeing how that burden splits, and because residential assessment keeps growing at a market rate in a way that our non-residential assessment is not growing, it really limits that ability to take that additional revenue and allow an alleviation of the tax burden for those other classes. It is feasible, but it really depends on how that final assessment comes in and how we can shift those things. So when I bring forward the next council meeting and I have that budget dashboard, and council can kind of play with that, a 1% here, a 4% here, a 2% here, whatever that looks like. That's sort of our projections on how we close those, and how that 5-to-1 ratio will look like. And we kind of target to know what we can to get there. But when we get that final assessment is when we can really inform council of the exact tax burden adjustment. as council will recall, because of the way residential assessment has gone up because of market in the last few years, we've actually had a reduction in the mill rate for several years. And that has been because councils wanted to minimize the impact for the average residential hamlet ratepayer who's seen significant market increase, but the council hasn't wanted to see them have not only an increase in their taxes because of market assessment increase, but because of a mill rate increase. The challenge with that has been that it's kept our 5-to-1 ratio really close to that 5-to-1 ratio and has made it a little bit of a challenge to kind of play with that tax distribution range. Are there any questions on that before I move on? I know that one's a little bit complicated and kind of, yeah.
Not seeing any, so.
Wonderful. And we'll do some extra looking at that when we hit the tax bylaw this year, in addition to talking about it when I have that dashboard next meeting. And then how are investment returns in excess of the budget allocated? So again, this one is really in alignment with that preliminary reserve strategy we presented to council in October 2023. Investment returns that exceed budget are contributed to reserves through a council motion and during quarterly reporting, and they're intended to fund long-term infrastructure requirements. Realistically, when we brought that forward to council last October, we had hoped sometime during this year that that policy would have come forward in a little bit more fully well-rounded way. It's just not happened in the background, sort of with some of our asset management progression and other projects that we haven't been able to quite get to there where we can recommend those optimal reserve balances. And so we'd kind of hoped by 2025 that that would be a little bit more formalized. It's not quite there yet. It will get there. And then you won't see those additional returns reflected in the operating results. They'll just automatically go into reserves, and we'll report on that amount that's going into reserves. So really this is just a time lag in kind of implementing that formal policy and having received that direction of council that we'd like to transition from reserves or investments funding the operating budget to investments funding reserve growth. This one is how much is allocated for the annual financial audit and how does this compare to prior years? So an RFP process is completed to ensure transparency and cost effectiveness of the annual financial statement audit. This is done approximately every 5 years. And it involves soliciting proposals from multiple audit firms, which allows administration to evaluate their qualifications, their experience, and their pricing. One of the things that we really acknowledge is that when we look at those results, it's not just about price, it's about the actual quality of the audit that we're going to end up with. Because we do understand that that quality and that assurance over the financial information that we've compiled internally is really important. In 2019 to 2020, our fees averaged about $40,000. In 2022, those rose to about $50,000, and that primarily resulted from some audit standard changes. In 2023, those fees increased to approximately $75,000. This was partially due to one-time costs associated with that ARO standard implementation. And then following our competitive bid process that actually was undertaken this year, the fees are estimated to be about $60,000 in 2020 for the 2024 audit. Next, we've got what factors have led to the increase in dust control fees and how are these determined? So again, dust control products and services are obtained through an annual request for quotation process, and then the program operates on a cost recovery basis, and so fees are adjusted in alignment with the associated expenditures. And you know, the actual product for dust control is just one component of that costing when it comes forward to council for adoption and inclusion in the master rates bylaw each year. So we look at the cost of equipment, the cost of wages, all of those other input costs that are associated with managing that program. We've seen increased uptake in the last few years. We've seen good revenues there. We've been able to adjust the budget in alignment with those anticipated ongoing revenues. And really that's kind of how that functions. In terms of shop supplies seeing a decrease, how does that impact the overall maintenance of the road network? Adjustments and expenditures were made in alignment with projected requirements for the year. So there's no service level impacts associated with those adjustments. Really every year, every budget manager looks at their GL accounts and sort of assesses what are the historical trends, where do we expect to be this year, how do we look, what do we look like we're going to need for the following year. And sometimes that means we have to increase a GL account or a line item because we reflect that it was slightly over budget or is slightly projected to be over budget, or we know costs are increasing, or sometimes we can look at that historical trending and say, you know what, actually we can decrease that item because of what we anticipate to see. And anything that's really adjusted within the operating budget in that mechanism is done on assuming that it's not changing service levels. So if something's actually going to change service levels, that's when we come forward to council with it as a project, so that council really understands that this is an item that's actually going to change the future. It's an increase that's needed to adapt to service levels. It's an increase that's needed to align with council's strategic goals. But really, when you see fluctuations in the core operating budget, that's administration looking and saying, we can adjust this based on our historical trending. We believe we can reach this. We know we need this extra expenditure to do the same thing we did last year. What are the reasons behind the increased contract costs for gravel crushing, and how will this affect the road network maintenance budget? So contract prices have increased due to inflation rates. We've actually had that line item has been about $715,000 for a couple budget cycles now, and we've increased it to $750,000. What it basically does, so because that's such a significant line item, we kind of have it separated from the core operating budget of transportation. It's that independent line item because we recognize that it's such a significant contract cost each year. So what it will do, it will increase the cost per ton of the gravel applied to the road. And it just that's just that line item changes. It doesn't change the service level. It doesn't change what we're doing. It just means that the contractor is going to charge us more this year. And we've probably been lucky that they haven't increased, like we've been able to maintain it for the past few cycles. And again, we're kind of anticipating that that's likely to continue to increase with increased costs of doing business for everybody across the board.
Councillor Christie.
Just a comment on gravel. I appreciate the difference between a cubic meter and a ton or a tone. Could be a yard or a ton. The gravel, I don't understand why they can't take one number and stay there.
Through the chair, that would make my life easier too. Okay, moving on. What changes have led to the decrease in safety code inspection services? How will this impact the overall safety and compliance within the county? There is no decrease in the service level related to this, and services are incurred when the permit files are closed. So this is really just what our anticipated expenditures are going to look like for next year. What measures are being taken to manage the decrease in supply costs, and how will this affect departmental operations? This was actually related to the planning department. I should have added that into the slide. This decrease is reflective of the printing and stationery budget, which is reflective of the need to print planning documents. There's no impact on those day-to-day departmental operations as a result of this decrease. Again, an item where that budget manager was able to adjust that line item based on what they're expecting to need next year. What specific enforcement special projects are expected to receive donation revenues, and how are these projects selected? So companies have occasionally made donations for community positivity tickets to provide ice cream cones for children who wear helmets. So that's one of those sources of revenue. And then the other one is there's donations received from staff who support Taco Tuesday, again, where those donations are used to purchase helmets for children who can't afford them. So they're minimal amounts, but they're included in the budget because we recognize that there's something that do happen from time to time. What specific advertising and public relations initiatives are planned under Explore Kneehill campaign? So Explore Kneehill is going to be revisited and established with the Kneehill Regional Partnership to determine the focus areas that support economic development in the region. So that amount has been maintained in the budget, but exactly what that's going to be used for is still to be determined. And then why would the county require a budget item for externally contracted services? Again, this one's related to economic development. I'll add that, or will add that in the future. Externally contracted services are required to facilitate progress when existing staff resources, specialized skill sets, and an unbiased approach are required to meet council's goals and objectives. And realistically, this question was asked with relation to economic development, but it applies across the board. There are times where we don't quite have the resources to take a project, or we don't quite have the skill set to undertake a project. And we recognize that an externally contracted service is going to provide the county with the information we need to move forward with it. Typically, when they're smaller items, those are housed within the operating budget, but as council will see, there's several projects that come forward. So anytime we need significant contracted services, those are things we put forward as a project. So council really understands, hey, this is a big thing that administration wants to do this next year in relation to council's strategic goals, in relation to work plans, and this is what we'd need that for and why we're looking to get externally contracted services. There are smaller amounts that happen in the operating budget because it happens. You need a bit of extra support. There's things that happen within the finance department where we need to tweak some reporting or some system thing within our software that we don't have the skill set internally to do. And sometimes it just costs a little bit of money to get somebody else to do that for us to enable us to do our job better.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just to build on what Ms. Van Marbach has said there, she's absolutely correct in terms of when we look to use some of that contracted expertise. Part of the function that we look at that, and then work plans were mentioned, is also a question of pace. So even sometimes it's not the expertise, it's the pace with which we want to move that program forward. So if we want to not use contractor resources, and again, this applies across the board, and we want to do some of those internally, given all the other projects and things that are going on, there's either prioritization or some things don't occur or they occur later. So pace is part of the equation as well. Ms. Van Marbach talked about those specialty expertises that you sometimes get through contracting, and what a portion of that is recognizing that if we need that specialized expertise for a short period of time, it doesn't make sense to pursue a staff member to, you know, we're doing a 4-month project and that's when we need that expertise. We don't want to come and ask for a staff member who's going to be with us permanently when we really need that expertise for 4 months, right? And then we won't again. So utilizing our staff to be project managers in some cases will expedite that pace, and we get the tool or the expertise we need for the time that we need it. And then we get the other expertise or tool that we need for the time we need that. So it is, you know, for some of the projects that we do that are contracted, if you wanted the same pace, you'd be looking at more staff on the back end instead of contractors. So there's, it's a mix of factors that go in there, but we do those types of assessments when we're looking at how do we move this forward, what's the timeline that we feel council wants, and what tools or resources do we need to do it.
Okay, thank you for that. Not seeing any other questions, so you can continue.
What factors have contributed to the decrease in revenues from campgrounds and Horseshoe Canyon park fees? Are there strategies in place to boost these revenues in the future? Revenues have been adjusted in alignment with trends observed during the budget development process. Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan will support the development of strategies related to Horseshoe Canyon park fees. That's one thing that will likely come forward to council at some point in the future. Does council want to continue with this program? What does that fee look like? How does this get implemented? And then provide details on the increased cost for insurance and contracted campground management, what specific changes or additions have led to that increase. Increased costs are in alignment with expected increases due to ongoing high inflation rates, and there are no specific changes or additions which have resulted in those cost increases. It's really just the cost of doing business keeps going up in certain areas. So with that said, that's kind of the end of the questions that we've got presented to council within this presentation today. Again, I know there are some questions that did not make it into this presentation, and they will come back on the 26th. I've got sort of this next slide is talking about the next steps for council discussion. And it's talking about accepting or rejecting new initiatives, level of service reduction deferral, other service fee or rate adjustments, tax rate adjustments, or a combination of measures. Now, I kind of anticipated having that budget dashboard to sort of take these next steps with council today. It will come back on the 26th, fully developed, but I do have some sort of questions for council so that we can prepare and ensure that we're really sitting with the right people in the room on the 26th. When we do the next presentation, what we're really looking at the end of that meeting is to kind of have a good idea from council what projects have a yes, whether there's some projects that aren't going to go forward next year or should be deferred, whether there's any adjustments to tax rates we should include in the budget, whether there's adjustments to rates and fees that should be included in the budget. So what I've done is I've actually added the original slides from our first presentation onto the end related to each project. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through those and just allow council, are there any further questions that council wants to ask about projects or information that council needs to know in advance of that next meeting? And it'll allow administration to ensure if there's any budget managers that need to be in the room to answer any of those questions at that time. Because again, what we're looking for at the end of next meeting is to say, we have a fairly good idea of what council wants to see happen, so we can finalize that budget and bring it forward on December 10th. Once I kind of go through those, so I'll just kind of high level remind council of each project that's going forward. If council has any questions or additional information requests on those, or if council would like to have a little bit of discussion. And then at the end of that, I have a couple questions in terms of what council would like to maybe adjust or see happen to balance the budget that next meeting. And then I can ensure that the dashboard has all of those pieces built in so that there's that scenario planning of what about a 1%, a 2% here? What about this rate increase on water, et cetera. So within proposed projects, again, we have multiple categories of proposed projects. The first one is this 2025 budget for phased projects. So typically these are ones, well, they are all ones that have had costs associated with them in 2024. The first one's rural road construction, and I'm just gonna go very high level, so I'll try and, if there are any questions or comments, please let me know. This one is construction of rural roads, which are being designed in 2024, and there's a $2.4 million budget for that one coming out of the roads reserve. The next one is doing the liner for bridge file 70988, and it's installing a hydraulically appropriate CSP culvert liner for $401,500. The next one is the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center washroom. So utilize engineering and architectural components for site selection and construction design. Again, this one is sort of predicated on the final results of that 2024 project and then coming forward to council and kind of finalizing what that looks like. It's got a 2025 budget of $330,000 coming from the Parks Reserve with some significant future project costs. But again, I would note that's all up to council discretion of how that steps forward past this and how that would be funded, what criteria council would have for moving forward in that project.
Councillor Forbes.
So on the future costs of this, before it was at 3.2 and some change for it, how come the drastic increase to 6?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. The increased costs were from various factors, as understanding the increase of cost with the economy right now and taking that into more consideration, but also hearing the different levels of potential levels in there of what that facility could look like and the type of investment that would be required. Again, this is an overarching high level cost, and it all depends on what type of facility is actually built there. So we tried to make it a little bit more on the understanding of the growth factor, or what the intent through the master plan of what that area would look like. So some of those factors came in consideration when we looked at the master plan, but also at the economics of the area. Some of the ground in the area, understanding the terrain there to build a facility on that type of terrain was also a considering factor, because the degradation of the actual area, the enforcement or reinforcement of the area to prevent or to protect any type of infrastructure was also taken into additional consideration. But these are, again, high level, depending on which level council would like to choose as far as a facility. We could be drastically over, we could be drastically under. It all depends on what level of facility council would like to choose from the proposed that comes through the feasibility study.
Councillor Forbes.
So, just to be clear, so the public understands, this 6 million is not currently in the budget.
That is correct. It's our best guess of what a facility may cost in the future.
And it's really dependent on what that facility will look like. So the assumption is, once we've done the study, spent the money this year to develop some options, it'll come back to council, and there'll be a fulsome discussion on direction from there. Okay, if there's no further questions on that one, then we'll move on to the next one, please.
Well, and just to expand on that a little bit, future project costs, and even when we look at the forecast, like whether it be the operating forecast or the capital forecast, it's really what does council or what does administration anticipate to come forward in the future? Nothing that hits a future project cost or the forecast is anything council's providing approval for. Council will be asked to approve those forecasts, but that doesn't provide any approval to actually spend any of those funds within those forecast numbers. And really it's our administration's way of saying, this is what we think will happen. And it's, you know, in the case of this number that yes, it was 3 million last year and it's 6 million this year. That's provided on further information that administration is aware of from a year from now, for a year ago to now. And again, it gets further refined. So with all of those forecasted numbers, they're our best guess at that point in time. They can fluctuate up, they can fluctuate down. Council can change direction and some things can come off or things can get added depending on what's happening within council and what direction administration's received during the year. But really it's that way of saying there are future costs associated with moving forward here. And so once council says yes to this one item, there's future decisions that are going to happen through council moving forward as a result of that item.
Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, and to go further with that, when it was made mandatory that municipalities have future year forecasts on both the operating and capital side, the intent behind that from the province was to try to foster municipalities to look ahead multiple years into the future and paint an environmental picture of what could be coming down the pipe. And what that's designed to do is to try to focus decision-making on not just today, but what are we doing today that sets up tomorrow, or to build those discussions around priorities. So if you know that you've got $100 million worth of costs coming in the next decade, and you don't have the revenues to support that, that should prompt a discussion today from council around what's our strategy here. Either the revenue picture has to change or we need different priorities on there. And that's what it's designed to do and why it's a forecast. But as Ms. Van Merbach said, it changes, and we're trying to complete as full a picture as we can around what's coming down the pipe so that council can have those discussions today about what's going to happen down the road in terms of priorities, in terms of resource allocations. Maybe you start putting money away today for something that's going to be down the road in 4 years, right? If you don't have that forecast, it's tough to have that conversation or to justify why you're doing it, right? As Ms. Van Merbach said, priorities sometimes change over the years, right? So things that are on there may come off. And the idea behind it is, if I switch it away from Horseshoe Canyon and I say, we're looking at, let's look at Torrington as an example in the fire hall there, is what we're trying to do is say at some point, something needs to happen with the fire hall in Torrington. That could be elimination of it, it could be a brand new building, it could be big retrofit, it could be all sorts of things. But what we're trying to do is outline years in advance that is coming, rather than get into a year and be, do you want to build a 3 million hall or do you not, right? And so we're trying to, the impetus from the province is to try and give council those forward-oriented tools to have those types of conversations as to, in advance. And that's why we do that, and that's why those are high level. We're trying to fill in that picture to say, hey, as you're coming, you know, it's never gonna be, I mean, predicting the future is never gonna be a perfect exercise. But as you go through and say, you know, things are rosy, things are good, and then all of a sudden it's boom, here's a new, boom, here's a new, boom, here's a new cost, right? We're trying to isolate those ahead of time so that we can do effective planning today.
And I guess the other component of that whole conversation is around how does it get funded? And it's not necessarily only and specifically through county monies. There's often grant programs, STIP funding, there's other potential monies through either provincial or federal that could help fund some of these things that are being proposed. And that's part of the process of bringing that project forward is how would we fund it? So is it going to be strictly taxpayer dollars? I was just thinking about STIP funding we talked about earlier, where we had some projects that we were anticipating we were paying the entire cost. Then all of a sudden we get STIP grant money to cover some of those costs, and that's money that we were planning to spend, we end up not spending. And so all of these projects have that aspect built into them as well, and part of bringing them forward in the end will be, how do we pay for this? How do we make this work? And not only at the time of that conversation, but right now, in terms of how do we put aside money to make some of those things happen in the future. So I think that's all. Any other comments on Horseshoe, or like even our proposed road construction stuff, right? Like right now, we're anticipating that's all on us. We don't know for sure in the end if it's all on us, because there might be grant money that a program that comes along and all of a sudden it's not all on us anymore. So anyhow, if there's no further comment, then I would say let's go on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is another post-construction on a bridge file, 70576, and it's final engineering and environmental approval registration. So this is an ongoing project where there's some additional funding required in 2025 just to finalize that project. And another post-construction, same thing, bridge file that's being constructed for this year in this year's budget and requires some additional funding to finalize that project. And we move on to maintenance of existing assets. The first one is Buffalo Jump Road Seal Coat, so applying 17 kilometers of seal coat on Township Road 34-4 from Highway 21 to 800 meters east of Range Road 22-1. There's $1.6 million related to this one, and we're anticipating using LGFF grant funding for this. So this is one where we're provided an allocation annually for that grant funding, and this is a project that qualifies under that criteria. And there's some Huxley wastewater upgrades. So this is maintaining and improving wastewater infrastructure within Huxley, including installing 4 flushing points, as well as a sewer main upgrade along Railway Ave for $291,500, with recommended funding coming from the Water Reserve. And some bridge major maintenance. This is an item council typically sees included with the budget annually. It's addressing wear and tear and preventing deterioration and enhancing safety to extend the lifespan of 4 county bridges. So this is one where we include it as a project budget rather than within the operating budget, so that administration is able to report on what bridges are addressed and what that looks like. And so those future project costs associated with that, or an annual amount, anticipated amount, that we're going to include this as a project each year. And we typically fund that out of the bridge reserve. And we've got the SCADA, HMI, and PLC pump house upgrades, upgrading equipment that's no longer compatible to effectively and efficiently improve daily operations. This has a budget of $198,000 anticipated to come from the Water Reserve. And there's the Keevers Lake Road surface upgrade, which is reworking the oiled surface of Range Road 26-0 of Highway 583 to provide smooth and safe driving surface for residents and visitors. This has a budget of $121,000 with funding coming from the Roads Reserve. Then there's this council chamber refresh, which includes upgrading some of the systems that are kind of becoming the end of their useful life, items that start getting harder to replace, and it's really that preventative maintenance rather than reactive maintenance, being able to kind of upgrade a few things to ensure that the council chambers continue to work as needed. There's $44,000 allocated for this, with funding coming from the IT reserve. And there's a public works building renovation, which is some renovations at the shop building to include additional workspace and more effective use of storage space. There's $27,500 budgeted here, with funding coming from the building capital replacement reserve. Okay, then there's replacement of existing assets. First one is that fuel management system. So this is one of those two projects that was indicated as a reactive project rather than a proactive maintenance. And it's replacing the system with a program to allow for more effective monitoring of the fuel usage and distribution, with a budget of $192,500 with funding coming from the roads reserve. This one, I'll reiterate, like a new system will kind of give us a little bit more access to better data to hopefully help with asset management systems like development in the background as well. What we have right now is a little bit more challenging to work with and will give us a bit more better data, and the system we have is fairly outdated in terms of how it works, so it's a little bit of a challenge there. We've got the IT capital plan purchases. This is your annual replacements of whatever infrastructure, IT infrastructure needs. Again, this is one of those items where there's an annual contribution within the operating budget. It functions very similarly to the capital equipment plan. And so there's $100,700 with funding coming from that IT reserve. And again, those future project costs of $252,000 are anticipated costs over several years, what's going to be required to continue to replace assets that need to be replaced each year.
Councillor Penner, you had a question?
Just a quick question. I'm going off the spreadsheet in number 4, tab 4, and it says, this is back on the fuel management, $207,500, and you had just reported on that slideshow 192.
It might be the difference between the contingency amount and not, if they don't quite tie. Oh, actually, Mr. Zier is correct. The amount on the proposed budget in 2025 includes that operating budget impact. That's the difference there. So that 207 is kind of the total impact of that. We've just reflected that on the proposed budget because it includes both of those pieces in there.
Okay.
Okay. We good?
I think so. I'm getting some head nods, so yep, we are good.
Thank you.
The next one is replacement of bridge file 13480. And again, engineering and plan the design for that replacement. So this year's budget has $88,000 included in that, and that's for the design piece of that, with funding coming from the bridge reserve, and there's anticipated future costs of $1,683,000. So again, that future project cost is not being approved within council's budget this year. Council's would be approving the development of that plan to replace that, and then the following year, the actual funds to replace it would be requested and would be refined based on that planning.
So just for clarification, any of these projects that are requiring engineering and design work prior to actual implementation, we are competitively going out to the market to get that engineering work done and getting requests for proposals or whatever. Mr. Zier.
So through the chair, for the engineering work on this, we have done that already. We've done the vendor of record engineering review. So we've actually put out the RFP for engineering work about 3 years ago now, I believe, and received proposals on different aspects of engineering, road construction, bridges, that sort of thing. We pull from that. We ask for a competitive process through that, but we don't put it out to market. We use our internal already vetted, pre-qualified contractors for that.
Okay, one of the things that we heard lots of conversation about when we were at RMA was the cost of engineering for municipal engineering projects and the escalating costs, I guess. And so just it's, I guess, more awareness than anything that there is a competitive process, and we are careful in how we're spending our money on the engineering side. So,
Yeah, definitely, yes.
thank you.
Okay. The next one is Brackeneer Dam Picnic Shelter. So this is the construction of a picnic shelter at Brackeneer Dam Campground. Again, this is one that we had to pull down this year due to the state of the asset itself. And council recommended that that come forward within the 2025 budget process for consideration of replacement. So the proposed 2025 budget is $77,000 with funding coming from the Parks Reserve. Okay, then we've got a couple of new assets that come into the proposed project listing. The first one is Wimborne Groundwater Filtration System. So this is installation of a reverse osmosis treatment system to effectively remove fluoride, sodium, and TDS from drinking water. There's a $726,000 budget associated with that, with funding coming from the Water Reserve. And there's also some operating budget impacts of $26,000 annually.
Okay, I have a question on that one, and I know it's probably going to come up later when we start to talk about fees and master rates and so on. Wimborne is one of our two communities on a well system, and as a result, they have a relatively low water cost, and so I'm assuming we would be looking at how this project might affect the cost of water in that hamlet going forward. Sizable amount of investment for a relatively small population, so just curious about that.
Through the chair, that's correct. And actually, I can build in that, so that's sort of one I have typically. When we look at the water rates, we have the well systems and we have the other systems and whether we adjust those rates. What I can do within the dashboard is I can actually split out those two well systems so that council understands if they're investing in one and they'd like to increase that system, we can look at what that would look like as well.
I also recognize that it's part of our responsibility to be providing safe water supply to our residents, and some of this is being driven by agencies outside of our control, and so I recognize that we do have a responsibility to our infrastructure and to be maintaining that, and so yeah, I'm aware there's two sides to this, and certainly cost of living is one of them, but it's a large cost.
Absolutely. Okay, then we've got some Armadillo traffic counters. So the purchase of 2 traffic counters to support the proposed traffic counting program. This has a budget of $14,300 with recommended funding coming from the Roads Reserve. There are some future costs associated with that. That would be the purchase of an additional 2 in the future, should they kind of do what we want with the system, whether we want to grow the program or not. Again, future project costs would be something that would come forward to council as a separate project in the future and would require council approval in that at that time. But at this time, we're just purchasing 2 to support that program. Okay, then, so that kind of concludes all of the operating, or all the capital projects. So those are ones where there's actually an asset involved with them. I'm gonna go on to operating projects. So these are, again, those kind of one-time projects that happen. And then after that, we look at operating initiatives, which are those items that really truly affect the core operating budget on an ongoing basis. The first one is gravel pit drilling investigation. This is that project involves detailed investigation of a recommended gravel pit location to secure a long-term gravel source with a budget in 2025 of $253,000 with funding coming from the Gravel Reserve. This one has $6.6 million worth of future project costs associated with it. Again, this is an estimate on what that's going to look like. It really depends on how that initial project for next year looks, what actually moves forward after that point in time. So there's kind of a range of potential costs associated with acquiring a gravel pit for long-term gravel sourcing, but that would be something that would come forward for council deliberation and discussion, and we would refine that future project cost number when we have that additional information. Okay, then we've got Horseshoe Canyon Area Structure Plan. This is utilizing a consultant to develop an area structure plan for surrounding Horseshoe Canyon. This has a $182,100 budget with funds coming from the Transitional Fund Reserve. Again, I'll remind council that traditional fund reserve is not one that you've seen typically come up in the last few budget cycles. It's actually funding that had originally been allocated to projects that had been carried forward for 1 year to the other and then wasn't ever fully utilized. Administration acknowledges that that's one of those funds that will likely be collapsed when we kind of recommend the actual end result future state of reserves in the future. So we've got a few projects that we've recommended funding out of that reserve this year to kind of utilize some of that funding that's effectively leftover project funding from years past. And we've got the Swalwell Infrastructure Master Plan. So this is an engineering firm looking at the current infrastructure and identifying areas of concern and providing recommendations for improvement. This is has been in our forecast for a few years. We're looking at kind of all of those systems and getting an engineer to tell us where we're sitting with them and what that future state looks like, so we can really build out the future of what those systems look like and what requirements are going to be. And there's a $154,000 budget here coming from the Water Reserve. And there's the Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment. Again, a contractor to complete stakeholder surveys, asset inventory, and trend analysis to understand future needs, with a $110,000 budget with funding coming from the Parks Reserve. And we've got equipment rentals. So this is evaluating advantages of renting a trommel screener and compact wheel loader to identify potential cost savings. So this is related to the gravel program. There's a $104,500 project with funding coming from the gravel reserve. We've got the Horseshoe Canyon Trail Project Plan. So this is again utilizing a contractor to design and engineer a trail development plan at Horseshoe Canyon. This is associated with the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan and is kind of one of those projects that's resulting from that. Its budget is $71,500 and there's funding coming from the Parks Reserve. And then economic development sector profiles, a contractor to create up-to-date sector profiles for use and investment attraction and retention, with budget of $66,000 with funding coming from the Transitional Fund Reserve. The future project costs are associated with updating those again in a future few years. There's this emergency management functional exercise. This is conducting a functional exercise to prepare municipalities for emergencies. This is something that's mandated to be held every 4 years. So this is kind of the big year rather than the tabletop annual thing, which often happens, well, does happen within the operating budget. There's a budget of $40,000 with funding coming from the Disaster Recovery Reserve.
Sorry, just before you go on from that one. Is this a project that we cooperate with our urban partners on and share costs with on this emergency management functional exercise? I'm just curious, is this specific to us or is this a more regional plan? And if so, are we sharing costs with our partners or how does this work?
Yes, so it is part of the Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Agency, and so everybody would be involved in it, and every municipality has been told that they should bring some cash to the table. And then we're also still hoping to apply for grant funding as well, and so that doesn't open until January usually. So we'll be applying for that. So our last one, we actually got $17,000 for our last grant application. So we're hoping that we can do that again. When we're set up as a regional, it goes easier. It's looked upon favorably by the province, so yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, then we've got public engagement for land use bylaw. So this is holding public engagement sessions prior to the adoption of the land use bylaw. This is similar to some of the public engagement that was done for the MDP. There's $33,000 budgeted here with funds coming from the transitional fund reserve. That $33,000 too is anticipated to potentially come over a course of more than 1 year. We've just lumped that funding so that we've kind of able to allocate those sessions as needed and throughout the process. And there's the land analysis survey, which is refreshing and revising the land analysis study to prepare growth areas for future development related to economic development. There's $22,000 budgeted here with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve. And then we've got operating initiatives. So again, these are items that actually start affecting the operating budget itself and contribute to that total shortfall number that council saw earlier today. Sorry. There's that web map migration and enhancement, so implementing ArcGIS to streamline GIS data, enhancing web map publishing. So there's a $46,580 budget for this year with funding coming from the transitional fund reserves. And actually we're anticipating this is going to save us money moving forward into the 2026 budget just by the system and the licensing costs associated with it and how the system is operated. There's some fire software, which is implementing software that aids with documentation, reporting, and tracking of fire responses and resources. This has a budget in 2025 of $40,000 with funding coming from transitional funds, and then an ongoing operating budget impact starting in 2026 of $35,000 a year. There's the business retention and expansion, providing support for various economic development initiatives on an ongoing basis to maintain service levels. So this is an item that is looking to be added into the operating budget and is an ongoing initiative based on the economic development plan that's working in process. So this year it would be treated as like for 2025, it would be treated as a project with $28,000 in it, with funding coming from the transitional fund reserves. And then after that point in time, it would actually be something that would be implemented within the core operating budget. And then this economic development website is creating that website through Civic Plus for use by economic development for business retention, expansion, and investment. There's $11,600 here with funding coming from the transitional fund reserve and an ongoing operating impact starting in 2026 of $2,100. And then Kneehill County Data Project is moving statistical and demographic information to a new user-friendly platform to facilitate better decision-making. Has an $8,400 budget in 2025 from the Transitional Fund Reserve with an ongoing operating budget impact starting in 2026 of $7,600. And then there's business investment and attraction. Again, this is for items that include partnerships or studies. There's $5,500 here for 2025 coming from the Transitional Fund Reserve, and then an ongoing operating budget impact starting in 2026 of $5,000. And then there's this last one is the one staffing request that's being made by administration this year is for that fourth CPO and the associated equipment related to obtaining that fourth CPO. So that that's all of the projects. We've collected a couple questions here that'll kind of facilitate the next steps. I'm actually going to go back. Let's do it this way. So from here, what I will do in the background is go back, we'll finish compiling any questions that have been asked by council so that those will be included in the next PowerPoint in 2 weeks. I will develop that dashboard out. Typically when we've done that dashboard in terms of closing, so we look at all the projects next meeting. If there's any projects that council wishes to have further discussion on, whether they want to talk about whether it's a yes or no for those projects, we'll try and achieve that so that we know what we're putting forward on the budget in December. And then when we look at closing that shortfall, We have typically a couple different items that council can kind of play with. One of them is tax rates. Right now, if council were to do absolutely nothing else in terms of changing service levels, saying yes or no to new initiatives, changing any rates, you're looking at a 4.25% revenue increase on all tax classes to close the shortfall of $1,132,000. Again, that's no decision, like no changes. That's not taking any money out of the revenue stabilization fund to transition that. And again, that's a revenue increase, not necessarily a mill rate increase. So that would be something that when council comes forward, we close the budget shortfall, we adopt a budget that's based on an assumption of approximately these percentage increases on revenue. But when we come back in the new year and look at the actual, after we get the assessment roll, kind of, what we're hoping by the end of next meeting is that council feels comfortable with where we're sitting on terms of what new initiatives are happening, what projects are going to happen, so that administration can go back and bring forward on the 10th a budget for council's consideration for adoption. The advantage of having that full budget adopted in December is that administration knows from January 1st exactly what we're doing that year. And obviously, if council needs more time and more deliberation time, that's something they're more than capable of and more than able to direct. But really what we're hoping from administration's perspective today is know that we can come into the next meeting with all the information available to help council get to that point where they can move forward with a balanced budget.
Tough question. So are there any things that council sees beyond what's already been discussed? Sure, Councilor Frobes.
I guess my question is if we leave today and I have some questions, what would be the absolute deadline that you would need from us as council via an email?
Through the chair, some of it depends on what complexity of questions they are, because some stuff is a very easy figure this out. Realistically, probably the end of this week is like the really deadline. The sooner the better, because the later it goes, the longer it takes. Yeah.
Okay, end of the week. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or discussion, comment, things you think you might need? We reserve the right to change our minds later.
Always.
There's a lot of complexity in here, so. I'm not seeing anything at this point. I want to be sure that we're comfortable to leave this conversation and move forward towards the next meeting. So I certainly want an indication from council that you are comfortable before I ask for a motion to receive this presentation as information. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything, so you either have completely confused us or answered all our questions, or we're still waiting for answers on some of those ones on the 26th. So if there's nothing further from council, then I would look for a motion that we receive the 2025 budget questions and responses deliberation presentation for information. Councillor McGee.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion that we receive the presentation from today, the 2025 budget question, responses, and deliberations presentation for information. And any comment, discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And again, I'm going to say thank you, Ms. von Merbach, and all the people in the background who are assisting you I'm sure we're gonna have more questions as we go forward, but we definitely appreciate the work to this point, and so thank you. Does anybody need a break? Okay, I've had a request for a break, so we'll take a recess. I'd like to be back here by 11:15, so Okay, it's 11:15, and so I'm going to call the November 12th council meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is 5.1.1, which is municipal plan participation in the Lone Butte Solar Project. And welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. I've provided additionally for you some information that you had requested earlier, and I apologize it didn't make it into the package. These are very time-consuming to search out, and so I just put together a little bit of a spreadsheet for you on cost claim comparison for the AUC cost and how that gets awarded, of a few of the ones that I could find. I just should note there are a couple anomalies on the bottom of that spreadsheet. I just included them because it's not just about these projects that the AUC does these cost awards, but there's quite a few other things. So anytime there is rate riders or any of those types of adjustments that are done, those also go through the AUC, and the Consumer Coalition presents on behalf of I guess, residents of Alberta. And so you will see a lot of those, but they're not specific to necessarily renewable energy. And then the last one is a land issue. This one is still being fought in the courts, but this was one where a company took the easements off when they purchased the land, and so it did go through legal battle. The company did get right of entry to do transmission lines, and they had to pay a significant sum of money to that landowner to hold those transmission lines, which now that company is fighting back on. So again, interesting cases in there that I just thought I'd include if anybody wants to do further work on some of those, but the rest of them are all cost claims as per the renewable energy.
Before we go any further, I guess we have a question.
Sure.
Councilor Cunningham.
Just because it's right in front of us. So, Ms. Hazelton, do we know, like I know Westlock Solar is very recent, but do we know if these comparisons were done like before the moratorium, after the moratorium? Like, do we know timeframes?
The majority of these would be before. And the one thing I will note, because I think we were particularly interested in what awards went to municipalities. The county, Foothills County was a landowner in that case, so they had a little bit higher standing than typical municipalities, so that one was done prior to the pause, and they did get some funding back. 40 Mile did get some back. I'm not sure when that one was awarded. I can look. I do have all the documents here. And then Westlock, I could not find where the municipality actually submitted. It was only the landowner group that submitted in that cost award.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep, please.
Okay, so we are here regarding the municipal participation level for the Lone Butte Solar Project. So on May 30th, 2023, Council moved to consider on a case-by-case basis the level of participation they would like the municipality to take during the AUC process regarding applications for renewable energy projects. This request for decision is to bring forward the Lone Pines Solar Project for council direction. On October 4th, 2024, Oceana Energy Canada Global Inc. submitted their application to the Alberta Utilities Commission for the Lone Butte Solar Project proposed on approximately 2,000 acres of privately owned and cultivated land in Kneehill County. The proposed power plant will have a total capacity of 450 megawatts. The application has been attached for information purposes. In the meantime, we did receive some additional questions by council, both specific to this application as well as some general questions that may be able to be addressed through policy. Administration has provided the following response below. Can the AUC elaborate on the feedback received from landowners and the community during the project design phase? How has this feedback been incorporated into the project to address concerns and enhance community benefits? While the municipality cannot direct how the AUC considers the feedback received or how they respond in their decision report, as a participant in the process, the municipality can request clarity around this process and whether or not any changes were made based on the feedback received. You may see some of that in the decision report, but again, it's totally up to the AUC at this point, how they handle that. Number 2, how will the project's connection to the Alberta Interconnected Electric System impact the local infrastructure and economy? Are there any anticipated benefits or challenges related to this connection? The Alberta Electric System Operator is a not-for-profit organization with no financial investment in the industry. They are tasked with ensuring reliable energy is available now and in the future. They manage the grid and dispatch the power through it to the end consumer. Other companies own the generation, transmission, and distribution facilities. In cases where more infrastructure needs to be developed to move the power from generation to the end consumers, they work with those partners. In Alberta, there are 4 major transmission facility owners: AltaLink, ADCO, NMAX, and EPCOR. Transmission lines are built as directed by the Alberta Electric System Operators and approved by the Alberta Utility Commission. Any proposed projects of this scale, and I'm talking about Lone Butte in particular, will likely need to construct transmission lines in order to move the power from generation to consumer, and there is currently a tandem transmission project that will coincide with this one. Providing power to a new area does create opportunities for development that may not have previously been available. If approved, there will also likely be some impacts dependent on the route chosen and during the construction of the line. Number 3, what fire suppression measures are being implemented for the Lone Butte Solar Project? What training and funding are available to local fire departments to ensure they are equipped to handle fire mitigation specific to solar and wind energy installations? At this point, the application and draft emergency response plan sit in the AUC process. Once the application is approved and we can see how the emergency response plan was considered, Kneehill County may have an opportunity to request additional amendments to this plan. Fire response teams are aware of the developments and hazards in their area. We have standard operating guidelines, SOGs, which are in place, which are formal written guidelines for incident response. These SOGs have both operational and technical components that enable emergency responders to act in a coordinated fashion. We also have a level of service policy that details what level of fire services we provide within the county. If we are called to respond to anything that would fit in these categories, it would be at an awareness level, which in essence means fire services would try and contain the incident to that site to the best of our training and as resources allow. Regarding training, general hazmat awareness and operations is part of the 1001 training, which is offered throughout all departments on a rotational basis. Competency training and practices continue throughout the year in every fire department. Our dangerous goods standard operating guideline states that we respond at an awareness level, and it's outlined in our fire level of service policy. Other companies across the province would be called in to support the response. The response expense has historically been charged to that company. What specific ratepayer-funded upgrades are required to support the delivery of low-cost renewable energy to a high-load area? How will these upgrades be managed and communicated to the ratepayers? As with any development that falls within our borders, upgrades to roads or services may be required. Any upgrades that fall to Kneehill County for ongoing maintenance would require the oversight of council as per our current policy. The developer bears the cost for these upgrades. These decisions are made in a public arena, and any motions of council would be communicated through existing methods. Council could choose to provide incentives to encourage development and help alleviate these costs. However, presently, these incentives are not in place. Now specific to the Lone Butte Solar Project, administration is looking for direction as to the level of participation. Based on previous projects, administration notes the following concerns of council: the balance between public interest and the use of high quality of agricultural land that is being removed from production for renewable energy projects, the importance of the rural way of life in Kneehill County, the concern with the reclamation of the site specific to the ability to recycle components, and clarification of the responsible party if the company becomes insolvent, weeds, pest control, and disease transfer, timing of the construction and the potential for erosion of the lands, potential impacts to waterways and potential off-site impacts, transmission and collector line locations, emergency response, and then alteration of the land ratings. Council has since amended the renewable energy sections of the land use bylaw outlining protections for agricultural land and incorporating setbacks to water bodies and urban boundaries. Are the requirements as laid out in the renewable energy sections of the land use bylaw sufficient, or are there other considerations Council would like to include specific to this project? At the writing of this RFD, the deadline wasn't in place, but it is in place now. All written submissions must be submitted by December 3rd at 4 p.m. Administration has also included a copy of the submission done by administration and the REEV in regards to the Three Hills Solar Project for reference. Depending on the level of involvement Council would like administration to take, there could be implications to staff resources. There could also be potential financial impacts. If Council wants to fully participate in the hearing, including the hiring of experts, Council will need to designate funds for this level of participation. Potential costs are unknown at this time and could exceed $50,000 with some reimbursement potential. And again, some of those costs will give you a little better idea on that cost comparison that I gave you to know what other municipalities and landowner groups have cost in historically.
So is this the point where we tell you what we would like to do?
Yes. One other thing of note that is unique to this is the first time in a Kneehill County project that I have seen this, but a notice of application for the Lone Butte Solar was submitted also to 7 different bands. I haven't seen that before, but I just thought it was worth noting for comment. Bands.
Okay, so, administration's looking for some direction. I guess one of the things that I would like to see happen in this whole process is, as we have discussed before, is this whole reassessment under the LSRS. And I think we need to directly challenge, based on information we received at RMA, I think we need to directly challenge corporations' ability under the application system through AUC to arbitrarily or by hiring an expert change the LSRS designations. Maybe Councillor Whitstock, you had a conversation with Minister Newdorf around that. Maybe you could share some of that conversation for council's enlightenment here and perhaps administration as well.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet up with Minister Newdorf and basically his aide. She had I gave her my concerns and she said to go and see the minister, but then she brought the minister over to me. So when we started discussing the alterations of the land ratings, he started talking about irrigation districts and all that, and I said, look, this is not irrigated land. This is dry land. It's been rated, and they brought in an expert, and they wanted to change the land ratings, and he specifically said, send me something from your council through an email or letter. I gave you the contact, right, Mike? And they said they will get on it because he said they cannot change the ratings the way they think they can change the ratings. Now, there's no guarantee that, well, I think he gave me a really good indication that if we send something to him, that he would make sure the AUC understands that no one has the capacity to change the land ratings, regardless of what the experts are. So if we can make some sort of a motion to send a letter to that ministry, and she promised that she would get the information to the minister and it would come back to us quickly. And it was a great conversation that we had.
Yeah. So from my point of view, as I look at what they have in their application, to me, what they've tried to do is increase the palatability from an AUC point of view. So if they can go to AUC and say, no, it's not 32% class 2, it's actually only 3% class 2, that perhaps that increases the level of palatability. But when I think about the productivity of the land, especially on the west side of that development and to the south end of that development, because I do consulting work on ag land in that area, I know the level of productivity is high, and the loss of that land has much greater impact than some of the other land that's in that area. So from my point of view, and this is just my point of view, I think writing the letter to the minister is productive and beneficial, but I think we also probably need to be prepared to have either ourselves or an expert in the room to challenge that in case the minister doesn't get things done in time for the hearing. And also based on information that we heard well at RMA in a presentation around dealing with these quasi-judicial organizations like AUC, unless we're highly technical or qualified, they really discount the information that we bring forward. And I'm sure Ms. Hazelton, from your past experience with NRCB and other places that, you know, and even in my own experience with Lands and Property Rights Tribunal, they have a very specific idea of what is considered an expert, and you also have to be prepared to be hammered on cross-examination by the proponent. And so whether that's us or whether that's someone else, we need to consider that as well. So that's my initial contribution. I'm more than happy to hear from the rest of the council in terms of what kind of things we would like to be talking to AUC about and what we need to be putting forward. Councillor Cunningham.
So I truly believe that, I mean, this is the largest renewable project that we have seen in Kneehill County to date, and I think this is definitely one that we need to participate in a legal way. Mr. Reeve mentioned the breakout session, and I know many of us were there. It was called Make Your Municipal Voice Heard in Regulatory Tribunals. And just a couple of the things that I wrote down in terms of participation. One quoted, "It's easier to back off than it is to get involved late," which I thought was very true. One mentioned if a proponent goes before the AUC and gets approval, and they talk about weeds, roads, and other issues, then once it gets to the development permit stage, and I quote, "you are out of luck." And I know you guys have heard me say that ad nauseum. And one more was, at the end of the day, same thing, if the proponent says they have the AUC approval and the AUC has dealt with all the issues that you think should have been dealt with, and not in the way the municipality wants, there was basically a slang at the end, but basically what it meant, it's too bad, it's too late. So to me, they were very clear in that breakout session that it is imperative, especially to a project of this magnitude, that we are involved. And in my opinion, that would be on a legal level. Because like we've said, they are going to look for those experts, and the ones that I've watched, it's not a fun environment. So I think you want to make sure that you're sending someone in there that has that experience of being there before.
Councillor Penner.
I'm not against renewable energy, but this whole process was so quick with all renewable energies, and my discussion here will be on the disposal of it. There is nothing that I have seen to do with the recycling side of these elements within these panels and the wind turbines and stuff like that. So I know it's in the document that we have in front of us, the letter. It's asking to make sure is in place. Is that a strong enough word? Should it be must be in place before the project is approved in our letter? Because this bothers me, because you read different articles, and the latest one was to do with the solar panels, and there is a facility or a building, a private individual that's collecting these panels, because I think it was something like 10 or 15% of the panels come damaged to the sites. So that worries me, that we're not dealing with these and they're just going to be put in the corner on the land base that's there, and we don't know what the runoff effect is from some of these elements within these panels. So I think we need to know for sure how they are going to be recycled.
I know we made an argument in our last conversation around the Three Hills north and east one, around water management, runoff, etc. This project that's being proposed here is being constructed entirely around what I would consider an environmentally sensitive area. Like there's a creek there, there's runoff there, there's a lot of slope there. And so I know in our last conversation, they said, well, Environment Alberta said it was fine and it's fine. And I guess we're not the authorities, but I do wonder about the fact that this is a relatively large area that contains a lot of environmentally sensitive ground. And for the most part, their project, I think they've recognized that and they've stayed off a lot of the most sensitive areas, but they're all around it. And so one of the questions I would have when you have that level of acreage underneath panels, and I know they are spacing them wider and they're talking about a different kind of production between them, and whether that mitigates their runoff potential or their possibility for contamination within that watershed. I don't know if that's an adequate answer or not, and so I guess I have some questions around that. When I look at the map and I look at where they're set their panels and where they're planning to be, they have been selective, relatively speaking, about not being in those exact waterways, but they're all around them. So I know we raised that question with the Three Hills North one because it drains into that seasonal waterway. This is more of a real waterway than a seasonal one, and they really discounted our question related to runoff and water management and just said, well, there's been an assessment and it doesn't matter, it won't affect. So, Mr. Gannon, I see your hand there.
Thank you, through the chair. Reeve, a couple of questions for clarity on this item specifically is, you mentioned the word concerned about contamination and the runoff. I assume that runoff also is the erosion, potential erosion of lands downstream or upstream of this project, depending on how it's being captured. In order to formulate these type of responses or arguments, because we have received the comment that it is a provincial area to manage the water treatment portion, we'd have to employ probably a specialist to really talk about how is that different from any of the other developments around it, how that impact could potentially be a negative impact to surrounding ESAs or anything like that. Is council's wish that we seek this type of these type of experts to prove the impact, or are we just asking for them to clarify how they're going to mitigate it or protect it? Because they're two different investment portions, and we want to make sure that if the province already said, or it's already been stated that the province is the responsible body and they really have no concerns with it, we need to prove how we have concerns.
Okay, so Carolyn, if I could be so bold as to request that you go to Laserfish and look up the Lone Butte information that you placed on that for us. And I think it's the third one in that has all the maps, which will give us an idea of where this project actually sits. And Mr. Gannon, in response to your question, I don't believe we have the expertise in the room to deal with what I'm asking. And so whether that's we hire somebody to make that assessment and they tell us you have no concerns, but I don't think we've done our job if all we do is we say we allow Alberta Environment to say, you know what, we looked at it and it's not a problem. Because I don't, A, believe they've done their homework, and B, the size of this project is very concerning to me, just in terms of the amount of potential watershed coming off of that project, and whether they feel that the actual spacing of the panels and the activity that's going to take place in between is enough to absorb that runoff or not, I don't know. But it is in an area that is an environmentally sensitive area. And there is a fair amount of water in that area. So, Carolyn, were you able to find that? That's it, and right there, you need page 2 of 7. That's it. So if you look at that, it gives you an idea of the amount of water and potential for contamination within that. And I know they're gonna say they don't shed any chemicals and there's all this, that, and the other. And they're possibly gonna say because of the spacing, there's enough absorption between the panels to take care of any water that's coming off the panels that's not absorbed directly underneath them. But that is a large project, and there's, you know, it's not like they're paving the ground or anything like that, and they are talking about a higher level of potential agricultural activity on this site than they have on some of the other ones that we've seen in the past. But I'm still concerned about that side of things, and I think we as a municipality have some responsibility towards that waterway and the protection of it. And again, that's me talking, and I don't know whether council feels that same way or not. But go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I think what I'm hearing in the path forward, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think our path forward is going to an environmental engineer, and we'll research what that would look like and the cost to do those potential assessments, as you've indicated, and bring that back to council for consideration once we have those estimates. I feel that's the only direction that I could give proper findings to council, is by having an environmental engineer, people that work in this field that would be able to assess that percolation rate, the impact downstream, the 100-year storms, all those aspects that they could actually do some calculations in that. But potentially we could contact them and say what an estimate would look like to provide said estimate to council. And then council can make a deliberation at that time should you choose to move forward with that level of investment. Is that what I'm hearing, Reeve?
Well, the unfortunate thing is timeline. Right? At this point, we are November 12th. We have till December 3rd to make that. And again, I am reluctant to just accept somebody else's determination, but like I know we're up against the timeline here. But when you look at this project and where it's positioned, I'm way more confident in someone saying to me about the Three Hills North, that's probably not going to affect the river or some other seasonal waterway, or perhaps a creek like Ghost Pine or Three Hills Creek, because of the distance between the project and where those water bodies actually are. In this case, they're almost virtually on top of those water yeah, you get some of the rains we've had in our history where we get massive runoff events. What is the potential, and I have no idea of the potential for contamination, but what is the potential that we might have a problem with the creek that runs right through there? And ultimately, where do those go? They go into our rivers, so. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, just to go on that, because the timelines are what they are, I guess part of the question is what's council's comfort level with knowing that when you go down this path, and I agree legal is probably the route to go, is you're potentially going to be into this for multi-tens of thousands of dollars very easily and very quickly. And if you're comfortable with that, we can work to refine some of those costs. But when we come back to council, like we can't go and engage legal and engage an environmental engineer and then come back and say, oh, it was $70,000, and council goes, oh, we don't like that, right? Like, because once you're into it, you're into it. So there is a, we can proceed on that. Through the new processes, you hope that we're going to recoup some of that, but we don't know there's a guarantee in that. So you have to move forward with the hope you'll recoup some of it, but the understanding that you might not. And so there is a question there for council as you go forward. If you're comfortable with that sort of nebulous go forward, knowing that we'll have to pull that from whether it's revenue stabilization reserve or someplace at the end of the day, then we can do that. I think it's a direction that we know is if you're looking for an environmental engineer to submit a report, that we're gonna be pressed to get that done and to spend some money to do it.
Councillor Cunningham.
So my thought process would be to go the legal route first, and just sitting in that couple-hour breakout session, I mean, the folks that were there, I mean, most of them, I think, have been in hearings or were actively in hearings currently. So, I mean, I think I would get their expertise on that first before I'd hire an environmental engineer and just see, they're the ones that are doing this day in, day out, and just see what they're seeing. Again, like Mr. Hogan said, there's no guarantee. Everywhere I went at the RMA and we talked about this, and Minister Neudorf addressed this in my bear pit question, they keep promising us that there is going to be cost recovery. And of course, I know it's hard because there is no guarantee, but that is definitely the feeling that I got. And I think there was some disappointment on Minister Neudorf's part that some of this hasn't been occurring. So, yeah, but that would be my thought. I think we should engage legal first and find out from them what the best path forward is.
Okay, then I have no objection to us doing that. But then my question would be is what are we engaging legal on? So if we're gonna go to a legal firm and say we're wanting to go forward as a intervener on this project, what are the things that we're gonna push or say to them? These are concerns, these are areas that we have concern on. What's the chances of us having any impact in the decision process? So in the past, Ms. Hazelton, you have pointed out the things that we took forward. Things like the emergency response plan, things like vegetation management and weed control. We did take forward, I think, to the Three Hills ones, our concern about runoff and water. And they were dismissed relatively summarily by,
Folks hammered home that day in this breakout session. If they decide to address it, we're done. So I want that addressed because I think we did see that in the Three Hills Solar, that they did address that weed component, which leaves that totally out of our hands. Is that correct?
There were some things in that Three Hills Solar decision where they were asked to adjust their plan to fit some of the concerns that were raised, but never were they asked to consult with the people who had the concerns. They were just asked to develop a plan and to file it with AUC, and then that was sufficient in terms of AUC's view. So if we do have concerns about road use or those types of things, weeds, vegetation, we need to be putting them forward, from my understanding, at the session we attended. We need to be at the table to talk about those things. Emergency management was one of them. So, Mr. Hogan.
See, Mr. Reeve, just listening to the conversation, there's a couple of broad points that I'm going to ask for council's endorsement or not around the understanding or the clarity that we have as admin on this. So from the discussion, I think it's obvious we're taking part in full participation. We'll be utilizing legal to put that forward. I'll come back to that in a second. In the list of concerns that we've got there is really the gist of the conversation that I'm hearing is we're going there to say, as this project moves forward, the county would like the following things taken into account. And we've got a list of those, and I'll probably come back to that as well, just to make sure it's clear. When we're talking about weeds, road use, stuff like that, here's the risk involved. I think what I'd agree with the fact we want them addressed. What I'm concerned about, and this is a risk factor, is how that happens. So if the AUC says they'll have a weed management plan, and the AUC looks at it and says, yeah, we're good with that, then yeah, it's out of our hands, they've addressed that. I think what I'd like to have legal put forward, and there's no guarantee that this is successful, but I think is that we're pushing that they have to come back to the county to get an acceptable weed management plan. They have to come back to the county to work out a road use agreement. Right, so we're basically asking the AUC to put that back in our court. And then we can address it accordingly. Now, as a county, we're not going to be able to use that as a hammer to try to capsize a development. That'll be unreasonable, and we'll get struck down on that. But it would put that back in our court that we can say, use the example of the one north here. The heavy hauls were specified to a route, but if we knew there'd be traffic impacts, we could put in dust control on that other route. The AUC is not going to have that knowledge. Right? In fact, until the whole thing's approved, we're not even necessarily going to fully understand that, right? So now the risk is that the AUC doesn't do that and that they deal with it because we brought it up, and then it's out of our hands again, right? So there's not a risk-free approach to doing this, but I think if we go forward and we're having legal say we want this addressed, that our first point would be, and the best way to address it is to direct them back to working with us. Mm-hmm. And so anything, whether that's roads, weeds, emergency management, that sort of stuff, those are where I'd see those things. I'd see making that argument. The land use rating is one that legal would just make, and hopefully we'd have that based on something from the minister, but essentially they're making a jurisdiction argument that the company does not have the jurisdictional ability to make that alteration, nor does the AUC. That's a legal argument. That's not directing back to us. The recycling, I don't know how we can bring that up. I don't know what response would do that, but I mean, we can bring it up, right? We can ask questions around the agrivoltaics and whether that's just how it's been partnering with agriculture, although that's going to come up in the hearing anyway, how they do, again, the water management, what I heard, well, I shouldn't say I heard an outcome to that, although I think I heard a leaning towards an outcome, because first council was talking about, we're looking at an environmental engineer or some sort of expert report, and then we said, no, we'll just have legal bring that up as a concern. Of course, those are not quite the same thing, so where I think we ended up is it was being brought up as a concern, that the company provides some adequacy to ensuring that there's no runoff there. Is that, and I guess that's the first of the questions, is that accurate?
Councillor McGee.
Yeah, I for your first part question, yes. When it comes back to the recycling component, I think we can maybe broaden our vocabulary and say that we would like to understand and approve how the waste from construction and during project lifespan, waste is removed and managed. In other words, we don't need a pile of broken panels sitting on the land for months or years.
But if we're asking for approval, are we outside of our jurisdiction on recycling?
Well, and I think that's where we don't worry about the recycling component as much as what exactly is going, we need a plan to know that that's cared for. Yeah, the specifics. When you have a panel that's broken, what happens?
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, just as Deputy Reeve McGee has said there, I think we can work with legal to put something forward on that. Like if we're going to ask that we have some management or approval over how those things are recycled, we're not going to get that. That's out of our jurisdiction. That's not great effort, I don't think. But to what you said, Deputy Reeve McGee, if you're going around the route of ensuring that when those activities happen, that we're not left with unsightly premises, or if they're going to truck a bunch of stuff off site, that there's a road use agreement in place, all those sorts of things. I think that's in alignment with the other stuff we're asking for. So if that's the route that we want to go in there, then I think that there could be a pathway there.
Councillor Cunningham?
Ms. Hazelton, can you just remind me and any public that happens to be listening, when we reviewed and changed the land use bylaw, how did we word what land classification we wanted? Yeah. And what was our numbering on that? Pardon me? CLI 1 to 3. So depending on which expert the AUC chooses to believe, really, my opinion would be we're not in favor of this project, because currently, as it stands, it goes against our land use bylaw. So will they have any credence towards our municipal land use bylaws? I was told by Minister Newdorf, yes.
Ms. Hazelton?
I'm just going to comment on that because it's apples to oranges. And so if the AUC is using land suitability, and this is why we pushed a little bit in the municipal development plan, that we acknowledge that the land suitability ranking is being utilized. So we've pushed in the MDP, but the numbers, if we want to add that to the land use bylaw, whatever numbers in the land suitability ranking we want to protect need to show up in the land use bylaw. So we can certainly refer to what we've changed in the land use bylaw, but because the two data sets are different and they're based on a little bit different criteria, I think that's a little bit challenging because it's quite apparent that the AUC is utilizing the land suitability ranking.
But I guess one of the reasons we might want to engage legal and somebody with a little more expertise than us is they might be able to say that argument's been tried elsewhere and it didn't work, or they're not going to pay attention to CLI because they're using LSRS. So then we fall back on our argument around class 2 and the reclassification. And I think maybe Councillor Cunningham, you could be right. We could just say this really doesn't fit in our vision of land use and land use planning for Kneehill County, especially when you consider the very west portion and the south portion and the type of land that those fall on. Then we might have a stronger argument. And it is a fairly sizable chunk of land. And they always say, well, it's only 140 acres. It's like 0.001% of all the ag land in Alberta. Well, now we're starting to talk sizable pieces of land. So. I guess this would be when we come around to road use agreements and whatever. One of the concerns I have is the south portion in particular. Their access is on a county road and it goes right past a resident within our county. And I don't think it's acceptable or reasonable for us to expect them to take all that traffic. And so perhaps we might be looking at an access off of the 583 or whatever it is. I think it's the 583 that goes by on that south portion. So they have to access the whole south development from the 583 rather than from our range road. Be something we would consider in a road use agreement in terms of how they access. The stuff going north, there's really nobody north of that intersection. There is somebody right on the 583 who's going to get all the enjoyment of slowing down trucks and turning trucks. Go ahead, Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thank you for that. And 100% our concern as well is to make sure that any traffic that we do have on our roads is managed, routing dictated by the county here. So make sure that we don't direct traffic towards lower quality roads, that any upgrades to those roads to handle the traffic that they're proposing on it, and then the after effects, all incorporated in the road use agreement. So that sort of indication to AUC, just to make sure that they're aware of our concerns on that, and then allowing us the opportunity to have that conversation with the company to make sure that they're aware of what our expectations will be going forward on it.
I don't know, Mr. Hogan, have we given you enough information, or do you need additional from us on what you might be looking for?
Through Mr. Reeve, there's a couple of things. One is, I've heard comments on from different members of council on both directions around, whereas we have concerns to flat out, we are 100% opposed to this. The majority that I'm hearing, I think, and this is where I need some clarity from council, is around we're saying we have these concerns. And the ones around the bylaw and all that, I've got on the list is we will bring up. I say we, legal will, but the county would bring up. And so I think that's, from what I've heard, that's the direction I'm going. I'm just looking for some endorsement or some confirmation from council that that is the case. We've not really talked about, we're going into here with full bore opposition, and if that's the case, then there's some other details that we will need to talk about. Not the least of which is, we look at a project of this magnitude, our estimates, the county's estimates, you're talking about a project that an annual tax bill of north of 5 million is probably what we can expect. So there's those things that start to enter the fray. What I've heard though is we're saying we have these concerns and they need to be addressed or put back to us so we can work with the company. We've got concerns around how this corresponds with our bylaw. We've got concerns around public engagement and all those things. We've got those on the list that we'd be going through. What that leads to is if we're going to engage legal, the county has an overall legal budget. I'm going to say that's probably not going to be sufficient for this with what we've spent. And what I think would be worthwhile is if council was to start with an amount of funding that you say, that we designate X amount of dollars. And when I say X amount, like I'm thinking $50,000, $80,000 as what we're going to be in, because we also, given timelines, I'm going to suggest that council doesn't say, we're going to do a $5,000 or a $10,000 limit, and then we're capped, right? That we're coming back. So I think you need to aim high, and hopefully we don't need it, right? When we come back, whether it's in the fourth quarter variance report or whenever this thing wraps up, then we'd come back with a motion. Right now, we'll just say a funding source is the operating budget. We'll come back with, I think, a more specific, that we do an extra draw from revenue stabilization reserve or whatever funding source to cover that off if we need to. We might be able to accommodate that in the year-end surplus. We saw the third quarter variance report today, but we'll figure that out once we get closer to the cost. As long as council understands, you go that route. I know in talking to Westlock, they didn't get very far in with legal. They were into it for $9,000 and they chose to stop at that point. So that wasn't the whole process. That was just where they chose to stop based on a funding decision. So, I mean, to go the route and the things we're talking about, like multiple tens of thousands, I would expect. I'd hope not, but I would expect. And so if that's the direction that council wants to go, then I'd say once we've got a motion around the sending a letter to Minister Newdorf, and then a second motion that council approve up to X amount to be used for this engagement, to be funded from the operating budget. And again, knowing that we'd come back later with a specific source, if needed.
Comments, discussion? Councillor Phobes.
So when we were at RMA, I got to speak with the Reeve from 40 Mile County and have had conversations with her off and on over the last little while. They have put into their land use bylaw, I just texted her to ask what the specific is in it, that the cost would be on the company, not the county. So I'm just trying to find out what that is, because if they're doing it, and then we should be able to put those costs back on them as well.
Mr. Hogan, did you want to comment?
Through Mr. That would be a question for legal. I'm doubtful that will be successful, but that will be a question for legal to ascertain. If the AUC does do an award at the end of costs, I believe on the sheet Barb handed, or Ms. Hazelton handed out, some of those costs did come back from the companies. So that might be the avenue there.
Councillor Cunningham.
I guess it'll be interesting going forward. I can't remember if it was last spring or 2 springs ago when Premier Smith came to RMA and spoke publicly about her displeasure of wind and solar on high agriculture land. So my hope is that this becomes a provincial change, so we don't have to maybe be addressing this. It'll just be across the board that it is not allowed on these classifications of land, and then it's in their purview and not ours. But I guess we'll wait to see where that goes.
Well, I'd love to know where that's going to end up, just as I would love to know where the unpaid oil and gas tax situation is going to end up, based on provinces' promises made to us over and over and over again, and complete denial of any knowledge of any information that we've already sent them. So I'm holding out more hope, perhaps, or less hope, maybe, than some of you in terms of where the province might go on this. I do understand they're supposed to be having new regulations in place by early 2025, whether that'll actually happen or not. So I guess I'm going to be like Mr. Hogan here. So one of the questions that sits in my mind is, I know we have concerns, and I've enunciated several of mine, and I would really like to know from legal, if we went forward and said, here's our list of concerns, can you tell us past success in this area, right? So if we're going to spend money to push an issue forward based on a legal assessment, I mean, they'll take anything we want forward, but they can also tell us about success that they've had in the past on those specific issues. And it might be worth having a conversation with legal, even though we're going to pay for that conversation, to say, here's our issues, here's our concerns. give us an idea of the level of success we might have going forward. And then if there's ones that they've had really good success on in the past, we push those hard. And we raise the other ones more as incidental concerns rather than ones we're gonna spend a lot of money on. I don't know whether we wanna go forward and fight all of these as if we intend to have a victory, or do we go forward and fight the ones that we actually think we can make an impact on? And that's a question for us as council, I guess, in terms of direction. To me, it seems like we could pick 8 or 10 things that we really want to go after them on. But if legal says to us, you know, we've gone after that one in the past and had 0 success, doesn't mean it's maybe not a battle worth fighting, but is it one that we would choose to fight now? Mr. Hogan, you wanted to comment?
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think what I'd recommend on that approach is that we have an overall list of concerns from council that we've heard here today. And that, I guess the clarity that would feed the recommendation is if you're looking for that discussion to come back to council, for council's decision-making, we're gonna be pressed tight on that timeline. Mm-hmm. If you go the route of we're directing administration to engage and we're allotting this to legal, we can have those conversations and report back to you on legals, and we can, for lack of a better analogy, we can pull an audible as we're going through, right? Is if legal comes back and says, yeah, we've dealt with this list, with this item on your list a lot of times and it's never successful, we can change the game plan a little bit on the fly. And that, you know, we would still report that back to council and keep council updated on that, but it might expedite those workings because we're really tied to time.
Okay, so really what you'd be looking for from us, since we've outlined a list of concerns, you'd be looking for really authorization from council to engage with legal, somebody's gonna have to help me word this, but anyway, to engage with legal to determine which areas we would be moving forward with in terms of an intervener on this particular project. Is that kind of the direction? And we're basically not planning to do that internally, we're planning to do that with legal expertise. Am I understanding the conversation correctly? Councillor Cunningham.
I think it's going to be very hard for legal to give us a very good indication on their successes, because I believe, and I've seen it in the recent Westlock one that was denied, things are changing. And I mean, I'm one that always is very skeptical about government process, but I just was looking at my notes. When I did address Minister Neudorf at the RMA, he came back to us with an apology that municipal concerns were not being addressed. His comments were, we thought we had directed the AUC sufficiently. We are now working to get those regulations fully in place before the end of this year to make sure they are fully compliant to the policy and direction we provided them. So, I mean, I don't know if this is closing December 3rd. I'm assuming that a hearing will not happen before the end of this year. I would be shocked. So I'm guessing it'll be put into the new year. So I guess I'm going to believe Minister Neudorf that those changes are going to come to fruition in the new year. And I guess I'll hold them to that at the next RMA if they aren't.
Well, I guess myself personally, I'm getting very, very tired of hearing provincial ministers and our premier say, oh, that's news to me. We have never heard that before. We need to take that forward. We need to act on that. And then when you talk to them 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, a week later, it's like, I've never heard that before. And it's an absolutely frustrating process. And I know, Councillor Cunningham, you've had conversation with provincial ministers and others. I've had conversation with them as well as our premier around some of this stuff that's happening on renewables. And to me, it always seems to be the answer is, boy, that's something that we hadn't heard before and didn't realize that our direction to AUC is not being implemented. And so you are way more optimistic than I am, and I'm glad you are that way. I guess I'm, depends on the day. There you go. So, yeah, I'm hopeful that our provincial government will follow through on the things that they have committed to rural municipalities to move forward on. I am hopeful. However, I'm also skeptical, I have to admit, just because of the track record. So. Okay, any further conversation, discussion, questions? Someone caring to make a motion to give some direction to administration? Where would you like to go with this? Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, maybe I will wait until you craft this motion.
This is a second motion. Actually, the other one is already crafted. We can go backwards, please.
No, I don't need to go backwards. I need to go forwards. There's just a motion that I wanted to put forward that we contact Minister Neudorf.
Okay, so
I'll let the process continue the way it is, and then I'll throw something in later. Hopefully before lunch.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Nobody said what time lunch was.
It's here.
It's here.
I know, but nobody said what time it was.
Lunchtime.
Okay, Councillor Whitstock, would that meet what you were thinking? That council direct Kneehill County send a letter to Minister Neudorf regarding concern about private interests attempting to alter land suitability ranking system.
It's pretty much the gist of what I had stated here. I don't know if there's, I'll just read out what I have, and if there's anything that should or should not be in. So I would move that council send a letter email to Minister Neudorf detailing the attempts by the proponent of Lone Butte Solar to alterations of the land ratings. And I think that's all there, so thank you. Anyway, I'll make that motion.
Okay, any further discussion, question, comment related to the motion that we direct, well, not direct, that Kneehill County send a letter to Minister Neudorf regarding our concerns about private business interests attempting to alter the land suitability ranking system. Any further question, comment, or discussion? If I don't see any, I'm going to call the question. Okay, all those. I guess, Councillor Whitstock, it's your motion, so I need your direction on whether that meets your, I think we understand what we want to do, but does that meet your expectation?
No, that looks pretty much what I had intended on communicating. Sorry, didn't have the mic on. Yeah, no, that looks pretty much what I intended on communicating, so, and the motion looks good.
Okay, any further question, comment, discussion? If not, are you prepared for the question? Okay, I'm going to ask all those in favor All right, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, as far as our participation in the actual hearing related to Lone Butte Solar, someone care to make a motion related to our participation and the expenditure of monies for legal? Is there someone prepared to make a motion to give direction to administration related to participation in that proceeding? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion, and we can have a discussion afterwards if need be. Make the motion that council direct administration to engage legal representation to take part in the AUC proceedings 29380 with budget of 75,000 to be funded from the operating budget.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Penner. Any further question, discussion, comment related to the motion that we are going to direct administration to engage legal to take part in the Lone Butte Solar AUC hearing? Are you ready for the question? Okay, I'm seeing agreement, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? There is none opposed. So that is unanimous. Okay. So my assumption would be, Mr. Hogan, you will just keep us in the loop.
Through Mr. Reeve, that's correct.
And if you come back to say we need 150,000, you probably will not be.
We're not going to gather for a special meeting to approve it.
Anyway, we have a motion that sets the amount. Thank you, administration, and to you in particular, Ms. Hazelton. Appreciate your presence here. And to all of those who are sitting here waiting for us to go on to the next item, we will be doing that at 1:15 approximately. So we are going to recess for lunch. Is that okay with everyone? I give us about 45 minutes to have lunch. Okay, so we are recessed till 1:15. It is now 1:15, and I will call the council meeting of November 12th back to order. And we are at item number 5.1.2, managing renewable energy applications. And welcome back, Ms. Hazelton.
Thank you.
And anytime you are ready.
This dovetails quite well onto the last conversation that we just had. And because of the tight timelines that sometimes we have in place on some of these applications, we thought it might be helpful to have a policy in place where we could activate that policy right away. So over the last couple of years, there have been numerous conversations with council regarding renewable energy projects, specifically relating to those that are proposed to be located within Kneehill County. During the May 30th, 2023 council meeting, a motion was made that council determine on a case-by-case basis the level of participation with the AUC for any applications for renewable energy developments within Kneehill County. In order to expedite our response to sometimes very tight timelines, administration is looking to create a policy which will help define the level of participation required and will provide consistency in dealing with these projects. It should also help streamline and reduce the amount of administration time invested in each project. January 1st, 2020 saw the adoption of the Renewable Electricity Act. This provincial legislation establishes a target that at least 30% of the electric energy produced in Alberta, measured on an annual basis, will be produced from a renewable energy source. The minister shall ensure that the target established is met by the end of 2030. In this act, a renewable energy resource means an energy resource that occurs naturally and that can be replenished or renewed within a human lifespan, including but not limited to moving water, wind, heat from the earth, sunlight, and sustainable biomass. At the federal level, Bill C-312, which received first reading on February 1st, 2023, creates a national renewable energy strategy which notes the minister must, in consultation with the provincial government representatives responsible for energy matters and with Indigenous governing bodies, develop and implement a national energy strategy to provide that by December 31st, 2030, 100% of electricity generated in Canada must be from renewable energy sources. As a result of these targets, significant funding from both federal and provincial governments have been designated towards these efforts. While this bill has not been adopted yet, and several provincial governments are requesting changes to the bill and timelines, it does reveal a heavily pursued agenda. As per the Alberta Electric System Operator information, in 2022, wind supplied approximately 12% of Alberta's net-to-grid generation, and solar supplied approximately 2% of Alberta's net-to-grid generation. These numbers are significantly below those of target levels. From August 3rd, 2023 to the end of February 2024, the province announced a moratorium on renewable power approvals. The 2023 numbers by percentage were not available. On a municipal level, we are managing applications where provincial legislation has removed the majority of the oversight from municipalities. While we are now considered to have standing on applications that fall within our jurisdictional borders, we have not been given the ability to deny these projects. We have recently amended our land use bylaw specifically regarding the sections relating to commercial solar and wind projects. However, as defined in the legislation, there are more renewable type projects to be considered. Typically, hydro projects fall under the jurisdiction of the NRCB. However, the process that some of the other renewable options will take is still unknown. Administration has several questions for council consideration that will help provide direction in the development of a policy if council is in favor of this option. As a council, do you want administration to participate in every project that comes forward with an AUC approval? If not, what would be the trigger for participation? Type, size? Would this include any projects that are not wind or solar renewables? What level of participation would be warranted? We are proposing to create 4 potential levels of participation. It would be helpful for council to help define the trigger points for each level of participation prior to drafting a policy. Level 1, where no participation is required. This, for example, could be used to apply to the generator applications for Bitcoin and some of the accessory uses for large projects. Level 2 would be a written submission. Level 3 would be a written submission and participation in the hearing. Level 4 would be legal and expert representation. What specific relevant considerations should be outlined in a policy for administration to raise for AUC consideration? What should fall within the municipal interest for oversight? At what point does it go beyond the participation of administration and experts and/or legal representatives are hired to represent the municipal interest? Part of this could be done as well as a standard response where we automatically submit based on our typical concerns, but then I do think there is a site-specific piece that is warranted if we are going to participate in these projects, because they're not all equal and they're not all on similar land or on the same type of land. So I'm just throwing that in there as part of what we can consider. The following are some lists administration has created to provide some ideas for relevant factors to be considered. Some of these are reflected in the changes made to the land use bylaw. Relevant factors that administration would recommend should be raised for AUC consideration are the soil type and the protection of high-quality agricultural lands. And what site-specific information would be required for an applicant to change this designation, and who approves this change? The proximity to an environmentally significant area. Are there historical designations? Fragmentation of natural habitat. Protection of native grassland. Protection of wetlands. Species at risk, protected species. A limit to contiguous size. A request for the AUC to clearly outline the issues they considered and which ones are deferred for municipal consideration. We talked about that a little bit this morning, and the factors that I'm going to say now that really have a municipal interest, we may want to raise those at an AUC level with the idea that you request the AUC to bring them back to our realm for jurisdiction over, and that is soil erosion and overall site management during construction, stormwater management to prevent off-site impacts, road impacts, haul routes during construction, site and emergency access requirements, setbacks from property lines, screening of the site to reduce impacts to adjacent residents, weed and vegetation management beyond those defined as prohibited or noxious. And again, these would be, not all municipalities would be the same in what we would grow or what we have as far as weed issues, and so again, it should be tailored to Kneehill County specifically. And then fire management and emergency response plans. And again, depending on the level, as we've also talked about this morning, it has the potential to impact both staff capacity and those budgeted resources. So I think if you can help with outlining those 5 questions, it'll give us some bare bones that we could build into a policy, and again, that policy would be totally reviewable and up for amendments as per council if this is a way that you would choose to have us move forward.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Renewable conversation part 2. Comments? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So I went back to the May 30th, 2023 meeting, and we had a fairly comprehensive conversation around this. So I guess I'm personally just a little bit confused because I understand the motion was that we were going to do this on a case-by-case basis. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I totally do understand the time and energy that staff administration puts into this. I know for myself the amount of time and energy that I've put into learning more about renewable energy. I'm not prepared to blanket this with one policy. I've talked to a few municipalities that have solar that's being built on brownfield sites or old landfill sites. My opinion would be our level of participation would be very different in something like that, that maybe there's no one living within 2 to 5 kilometers of that. There's no further use for the land, as opposed to the massive wind project that was proposed west of Three Hills recently until its recent pause. So I honestly don't know how we have a policy to deal with projects that we really don't know what are coming at us. I mean, we could have a nuclear project come to our area. So until I have a crystal ball or I know what's coming at us, I still would want to move ahead with determining this on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? I guess one of my problems with case by case is always the timeline seems so short. By the time it gets in front of us as council, then we've lost significant time. And I think it's probably possible to maybe outline some projects that we would just automatically begin responding to, and then some that maybe we need to have individual conversation about. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Excuse me, through the chair. The main reason we want to use a governance tool is precisely one of them is timing. These files come up sporadically through the AEC process. And we have other priorities, obviously, we're trying to manage within the envelope for planning and development. So having somewhat of an understanding of some of the triggers of where you would like to go empowers the team to act on council's behalf on these matters before we may even have the opportunity to sit in front of council for a meeting that's been planned. For example, turn around, get more information and how we move forward with that file. Just that simple spreadsheet that was provided with the earlier by the manager took a lot of work. I can't even explain the amount of digging that has to go to find the amount of information through AEC. And I know that council shares that as they go through the AEC process. So we're trying to just align some of the expectations of moving forward if there are determining factors, no different from having, let's say, your land use bylaw where these are criteria when you're making your approvals or moving forward. These are some of the things that trigger. If it's that they don't align with the bylaw, then that's that type of trigger. These are just some suggestions. If there are other triggering factors that council wants to consider, we want to be able to have the availability of moving forward without delay should council choose that. But we also want to ensure that as renewable energy keeps on moving forward or any type of development moves forward and we're seeing different triggers in that market, that we can actually move and make those adjustments understanding council's desire. But today, talking about the renewable envelope, it would help us do our job better. I understand the case by case portion, but some consistency in approach. There's a lessons learned from the last time we did it, and we can put those practices in place as well. It's just trying to find out what level of participation do we do for what circumstances, and if there are circumstances that can determine it. So we're just trying to find some potential governance for the management of this so we can prevent additional delays.
Comments, questions? Councillor Whitstock.
Barb, thanks for providing this. Can you tell me how many of these were approved or were they all denied?
I think only one in there, two maybe were denied. The rest were,
All the rest were approved?
I believe so, and that's just the cost award
Yes,
piece.
no,
Yeah.
I meant the projects themselves.
Yeah,
So it doesn't matter how much money you throw at it,
yeah,
it's going.
yeah.
Well, thanks for that answer.
So I believe Foothills and Westlock were the only two that I'm aware of. But there are many more projects than this. These were the only ones I could find cost awards on.
No, I totally understand.
Yeah.
Thought maybe throwing money at it would change it.
No.
Counselor Forbes.
Just a question, when you create this policy, how will you determine what will be on your list of things that you would look at that aren't, we don't know what's coming yet? So how do you create a policy around things we don't know that are about to happen?
Through the chair, so I think, like, we have seen from council your normal concerns, specific concerns, that loss of agricultural land, some of those things that we've itemized previously, so I think those are automatic. If they are looking to put a project in level 2 lands under the land suitability ranking, I think it would be a flag automatically. And there are some other things. Not everything is going to be adjacent to an environmentally significant area, so that's not going to be a legitimate concern on every project. But I think there are some things, and it doesn't mean that a project can't come back. The policy could be drafted in a way that there's still a view for council to come into that arena, but are we able to start off a project immediately based on what level it falls into? Because I do think there's always going to be site-specific things that will have to be looked at. They're not all equal, and so that's not necessarily the piece that will get built in. I think the automatic things that will get built in, because we've talked about if it's on historical designation land, or if it's like all of that list that we have there that would be relevant considerations. So I think those would be automatic. But then there might be some site-specific things that we've seen in this case. The concern is weighed heavier because it's next to an environmentally significant area. So I think we could build in some of each, and I don't think it means council can't have that brought back to them for additional information. But we don't want to miss these deadlines. And if we want to have that expert opinion at the table, they need time, because we're basically going to get a desktop review. And so they have to have time to put that together on those specific lands. And so it becomes challenging, as we're seeing with this one. But again.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just again to build on that, what we're proposing to council is that, or I guess I'll back up. One of the purposes of policy is to provide parameters, but as well to create efficiencies in how the organization operates. So one of the things that we'd look at is administratively, if we look at something and we say every time we put this question before council, the answer is yes, that's a good candidate for a policy, because the answer is always yes, that's the service council wants to provide or whatever. So council absolutely has the option with this of moving forward with a policy or not. And if you don't, then the case by case from May 23rd is how we operate, right? So, and that's okay. What we're proposing here is that if this is in policy, and we know that we are always going to take part in an AUC proceeding, right? If council's looking at this saying, well, we're not going to take part in some proceedings, then maybe the case by case is where you go. If you know that you're always going to take part in the proceedings, then the answer is always yes, right? And that where Ms. Hazelton's going is saying that allows us now to know that when people are, maybe they haven't put the AUC application in, but we know something's coming, we can start to build that into work plans, because we know we're going to have to designate some time to it or get the experts in place or whatever the case may be. If we know that we're always going to go forward to raise a concern around how it interacts with our land use bylaw, how road use agreements are done, how weed management is done, we can bring that back and council can reaffirm those each time. Or if we know that, yeah, as soon as it comes out, we're registering for the AUC because we know we're participating and we're raising this list of concerns, right? And it's automatic. And stuff can still come back for extras in that. So that's the purpose of the efficiency that a policy provides. Like I said, at the end of the day, if council wants to maintain a case-by-case basis, which is our status quo right now, you can do that. Where I'd go is if you know you're always going to be participating, then maybe looking at a policy and how that goes, because the answer is always yes. I shouldn't say in these cases the answer is, I'm using in this instance the answer is always yes, but a better way around policy in general would be if the answer is always the same. You know, somebody comes in for a third approach. Well, unless it meets these criteria, the answer is always no, right? But the answer is always the same, barring the criteria. So that's the discussion that we're putting in front of council. And so yours is, if you like the status quo and you want to stay there on a case by case, then do so. If you're saying we're always going to take part in these, then there's some efficiency to maybe be gained by looking at the policy.
So I guess I would say that everything you've outlined as relevant factors or factors that have municipal interest should be included as something that we always want to render some sort of opinion on, and at least look at to say, is there something there that we would want to address in the application? So, and I would say we definitely want to protect under the LSRS classification, class 2 at a very minimum, and there should be no redesignation, period, end of story. If an application has a redesignation of land in it, then I think we should be at the table. This is a Canada-wide system. It's been established for a long time, and just as we suggested about the letter to Minister Neudorf, we don't feel that it's relevant that a private business or somebody with interest in changing that for their own purposes should be allowed to do that. So to me, the last portion of what you have there in terms of things that we would be interested in, those are things we're interested in. And again, I'm speaking for myself, but I think from hearing from council over and over, I think you've outlined or listed the things that we've repeated numerous times. If you look at the current application in front of AUC, every single one of those things, except for maybe historical designations, should be addressed in that application because of its proximity to environmentally sensitive area, all of those things, right? The question in my mind is, are we willing as council to allow administration to begin movement before it ever gets to our table? And in my mind, the answer is yes. Do we want it to come to our table? In my mind, the answer is yes. So if you see an application and we've given you permission to begin looking at the parameters, and these are the set things we want to look at, you have authority to move, and then you know that with every application, you're going to be bringing the uniqueness of each application to the council table to say, here's the things we normally are looking at, here's some things that are unique to this application, i.e. it's nuclear rather than solar, or it's X, whatever, right? It's a brownfield as opposed to high quality ag land, right? And so then that way you can begin processing where we might want to go as a municipality, and then just verify through a conversation with council. But it allows you to get actually moving before you have to have that conversation with us. I think there's some efficiencies in that that would be probably beneficial. Like, to me, we're always scrambling and catch up. And one of the things, and this is a conversation for another day, and I've had it with some staff people and with, I think with Mr. Hogan at one point in time. I think one thing that we need as a municipality to consider is a land inventory, where we go out and we evaluate where is suitable for development within Kneehill. There's other municipalities who've done that. And so when they go to somebody like AUC or NRCB or whoever, they say, we've done the evaluation already. We know which lands are suited for which type of development within our municipality. And then we can make an argument to say, here's why we don't think that development suits that specific area. But without that, we're always scrambling to figure out why we don't want development to happen right there. If we have that inventory in place and we've done that evaluation, we've done our homework, we have a leg to stand on. Right now, we're just reacting. And so we don't really have any basis on which we could say, well, we really don't like it there, other than it's high quality ag land. Maybe there are areas that are environmentally sensitive or other things that we have looked at and said it just doesn't make sense there. And that applies to all types of development, not just wind and solar. But that's a different conversation that we need to have, I think we need to have going forward in the future. It's just about how we determine where development should take place or shouldn't take place within Kneehill County, and what type of development suits which areas. And then we have an argument. Then we have an actual land inventory that we've done, that we've used experts to develop, and that we can argue strongly, here's why we're opposed to this development in this area. Or if somebody walks in the door, we can point them in a direction that says, if you go here, you're likely to be way more successful than if you go there. And here's why. Costs some money to do that, but that doesn't answer the question you're asking us right now. But that, and so I'm on a rabbit trail, and I recognize that, but I think that's something that we need to give serious consideration to. Mr. Gannon, I see that hand.
Thank you, through the chair. When I look at the work that was done in the RFD, there's a lot of different opportunity, and I just want council's perspective of, if we go in with this application or this portion every time, for example, if we go level 3 every time, and that's the expectation, we potentially could downgrade that once we get a chance to go in front of council. We're worried about missing the window of being able to say, all AUC files, do you want us in or do you want us out? And sometimes we may miss it. Should we not have a council meeting, we not have that level of guidance or authority, and we don't want to miss that window. So if we're getting into those aspects, council could make a decision on a policy, and policies can change as the environment changes and as council chooses with more information from the file and how we manage the AUC level of success. But what level of information is council expecting us to bring back, and when do they want it brought back? The next meeting, once an application is submitted to AUC, like the turnaround. So we know level of effort that's required on our behalf to ensure that we're putting funding where it needs to, staffing where it needs to, and we're managing the envelope or this file, these files that come in appropriately and almost consistent in factor of how we move it forward. So we all understand when we're supposed to get it. We all understand the level of information that's expected. We all understand that we've gone to this level of effort already. So there's not assumptions all over the place until we can get in front of council and then clarify, okay, this is the file. This is where we move forward. Potentially, we want more work done in this area because of where it's situated. But as long as we have the ability to say that this is level of engagement we're going to do, we're going to start with it every time, and we potentially could just go down to a written submission, should you choose, or we can withdraw our application to make any comments. I think there's a lot of variability, but not submitting is a big concern for us, and not getting in front of council in enough time for council to make a decision has proven to be problematic in the background managing the whole planning development portfolio.
So I would say that you probably heard an answer from us earlier in the meeting today where Councillor Cunningham commented on one of the things that we learned in that session that we took at RMA, and that is you always file to say we're interested, and you can always pull out to say, no, we don't have questions. So if we knew that there was an application going in front of AUC, and again, I'm speaking for myself, and council would have to verify this, but if the automatic response is we file saying we are planning to be an intervener, and then as soon as we see it, we do that, then as soon as you can be in front of council, you say, this is what's come through the door, this is what's landed at AUC. Do you want us to get aggressive here, or do you want us to back off? And if we're going to get aggressive, where? If you want us to back off, then that's fine. But as they said to us in that session, if you don't file early, you can't withdraw, you can't go forward either. Because if you get in too late, then you're just too late. So if we always had a practice that if it shows up and it's filed, we become an intervener. Because there's not a lot involved in that specific process. It's where we go after that that becomes the big question, right? And I guess I'm speaking somewhat for Councillor Cunningham because she did bring it up earlier around the advice that we received in that session was, yes, you want to participate. And then you go from there. You decide, really, do we want? But at least if you said yes, and you've said you're going to participate, then they can't say no to you later in the process. And to me, to put that in a policy makes sense, that this is what we're always going to do. These are the things that we're interested in and possibly participating in. And if that helps administratively for you to know what you're going to do as a response automatically to an application, and then if that's step one, then step two is talking to council and then determining our level of determination to either move forward or stay back. Now I'm going to be quiet and let the rest weigh in. Comments, discussion, questions? This is our opportunity to have some say on what happens here, so. Councillor Cunningham.
So we've had two that we've had to decide on in 2024, right? So I mean, we don't know what the future holds, and you folks know more about what comes in the door than what that we're privy to. But the one thing when I read this and when I hear conversation, I'm not hearing about our people, and to me, that will always be number one. I would be a little like if we want to just do an automatic. Put our name in to participate, I'm 100% in with that. I just don't want to treat them as a blanket file to say that if this happened, we're level one, this level two, because I think, like I said earlier, I think we have to determine that again on a case-by-case basis. So there might be some that we determine we want no participation. Like I said, if it's a brownfield site and nobody lives within 5 kilometers and nobody in the area cares what's happening and we see it as a positive, we see the tax revenue, we see the use of unusable land, we might decide we're not going to go any farther. But I would just like to see us participate, have it come back to council. But the trigger points until I know the project, till I know what the people involved, what their concerns are, I wouldn't want to just have it automatically go to a level 1 to 4. I think that's taken the human element out of it. I know the words normal concerns came up. I mean, we don't know. I mean, Councillor Woodstock sat here for a long time. I'm sure 20 years ago, he probably never thought some of these conversations would be happening. So what we consider a normal concern today, we might not feel that way in a year, or whoever's sitting around this table. So I just still want that piece where we still determine on a case-by-case basis. But if you want to do automatic participation, I think I would be 100% for that.
So I guess what I was suggesting, Councillor Cunningham, is that we automatically participate, and then we determine as council the level of participation, and that's on a case-by-case basis. But we have an outline of what our concerns are, but that's not cast in stone. It's not absolute, and so that means that for each application, depending on its context, that we could vary what we're going to go forward with. But in order to not miss an opportunity to participate, that we automatically file, and then we determine from there, here's our basic list of concerns, but are there specific ones to each development? And then we determine whether we actually are going to go aggressively forward or not, whether we're even going to participate or not. But at least if we have filed to say that we are wanting to be an intervener, the door is open for us. And that's the automatic part, right? And then the rest of it becomes more specific to the actual development and would answer the concern that you have, because what we're concerned about today, we might be totally something else going forward. But the things like soil type, proximity to environmentally significant area, protection of grasslands, protection of wetlands, all of those kind of things are things that we are concerned about and that we have a natural interest in as a municipality. The rest of them, like soil erosion, stormwater management, roads, site and emergency access, those are things that we automatically are interested in. And so for us to consider those as part of our natural or normal process, I don't think that's unusual. It's the site-specific things that we might want to say as a council, yes, we want to add this as a thing we want to address, or maybe we want to take out 2 or 3 things that we're not going to address. Or maybe we're not going to even participate, depending on what the application happens to be. But at least we have the door open that we either can make that choice or not. And so that's what I was suggesting. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So I think you and I are saying the exact same thing.
Yep.
Just to
I think
clarify.
so.
I think we are, yeah. My only question is, so administration has done a great job of outlining in number 2, A, B, C, and D. So is it administration's ideas that then if we decided to automatically participate, that then you folks would come back and council would choose the levels 1 to 4? Does that make sense? Is that where, or is that going to be administration's decision to decide, okay, they've told us they want to participate, based on the criteria, we're going to decide 1 to 4?
No.
Because I just want to clarify that.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, that's a council clarification that's done when the policy is drafted. So if there are things in there that council is saying, in this instance, we are always going to choose not to participate, that you would put those in as a level 1 item. And those are part of, when you craft the policy, and it ultimately is council's policy, when you craft it, that you're looking at how do you put those in. And maybe there's nothing in there, but for some of them, we've got Bitcoin listed on there. It hasn't been a real big concern for us to date. If there are other ones that are out there that fall into there, then there might be some of those that we put in. So, as an example, if you have an existing site and they want to put up a communications tower, or I don't know if that goes through the AUC or not, but that one's a bad example. But there is there might be some things like that you say, no, that's part of they're already there and that's part of an existing thing, right? But that gets determined in the crafting of the policy, of which, obviously council's a part of that, because ultimately that approval is done by council.
So, and I guess what I was saying, Councillor Cunningham, and I think you and I are still on the same page, that the answer is yes, we want to participate, and the second step comes in front of council, and then we determine what level of participation. So whether it happens to be no participation because we're satisfied that it really is not that important, or whether it happens that we're going to go full bore ahead with legal representation, we decide that case by case. After we filed to say we want, then we determine what do we want. And that's where council gets involved in the conversation. So the policy can specify that to say we are going to automatically participate. Then council will determine the level of participation based on what administration brings forward individually for each project. Go ahead.
We are totally on the same page still. So I guess in hearing
Scary.
what you're saying, and I mean, I'm all for policy, but I guess I'd question, do we have to rescind this motion that was originally made, would be back to my effective meetings last Monday question. But I guess with crafting this policy, if that's the way it's going to happen, that administration's still coming back to council, have we saved you any work? Or do we just continue to do it on a case-by-case basis? Because in essence, that's what we're doing. So I just don't want to create a policy that really isn't helping administration with their time saving,
Good point. So I guess we would need direction from administration to say if we had a policy and it still was determined by council what level of participation, does that actually save you work or not? And maybe the only advantage to that policy is that we're participating and that you filed to participate. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. As we work on it in the back, we feel that we can create some efficiencies within a policy. It also expresses internally and externally what level of effort council would like to do. And it really is a communication document outwards of what that service level and expectation is for administration. So in essence, a policy, especially if we're going to continue down these paths in the future, it's a very good tool to use internally to manage that level of service continuously. But also there's some things within the policy we can bring back for council that potentially will create more clarity and more certainty to the file. And I want to make sure that we're very aware policies can be changed. As the environment changes, as we see there's a need for a change, this document will mature, will evolve, and will do what it needs to in the end, I hope. But as long as we're all consistent in that approach, there's a lot of value and consistency in the approach.
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, to build on that, you know, the levels to which you're going to create efficiencies really depend on the policy itself. You know, Mr. Gannon's correct in everything that he said. As you go through there, if you're coming back and you're going to craft a policy that basically says everything's going to come back to council for a decision, then yeah, you're going to gain a little bit, but that might not be really what you're doing is codifying that previous motion so that it's not lost. So that there's a policy on the books that's reviewed regularly, as opposed to a singular motion that's buried in history. If you're, you know, the more that you craft, that you look at that policy, if there are things that emerge that say, yeah, this is always going to be the same answer, then you're going to gain efficiencies in that plan above the ones that Mr. Gannon outlined, including just the statement to the public around this is how we're going to treat these. Right, and providing that consistent message is we're always going to be in, or we're always going to do this, those types of things, as well as our staff understanding that, you know what, if we're always filing, then as soon as one of these comes up, we know what we're doing. Right, so there are bits of that. The true extent to how much of that you achieve really depends on the policy itself.
Further discussion, comment, questions, direction? Councillor McGee.
I'd like to make the motion that we ask administration to draft a simple policy.
Okay, so your motion is that we request administration to draft a policy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have an idea of the direction that's being requested here. Is there any further conversation, discussion, questions related to the motion that council request administration to develop a draft policy related to Okay, Councillor McGee, does that sort of hit what you were getting at?
That's exactly what I was getting at.
Okay. So we do have a motion that we direct administration to draft a policy regarding participation in AUC proceedings. Any further conversation, discussion, questions related to the motion? Councillor Cunningham.
So I will be voting against this motion only because I feel in essence that we are creating more work for administration. As Mr. Gannon said, policies can be changed, and in the 7 years that I've seen changes in renewable energy, I think we heard loud and clear at RMA from Minister Neudorf, and we can believe or not believe. I think there's still changes to come, so I'm just worried we're gonna make a policy and next year we're gonna change the policy, and I'm worried we're just making more work for administration. And what I'm hearing is we're drafting a policy to say we will participate in every hearing and bring everyone back to each application back to council for case by case. So I just don't want to create more work for administration.
Councillor McGee.
I appreciate that, Councillor Cunningham. I just wanted to reiterate my reasoning around why I made the motion. It's my belief that when we have policy, we have continuity, and we have a clear, transparent understanding that all of our residents, ratepayers, developers, as well as administration understands. I really like the phrase when, I believe it was CEO Hogan said that we're not buried in the minutes. So this is a clear direction. I like making decisions based on policy. That's my first go-to. And so to have a policy that says, yes, this is exactly how we wanted it, gives me the security that we're going consistently the right way. And yes, I do think we will end up seeing some changes to it, but I think in the meantime, we know that this is black and white.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forbes?
I also will not be voting in favor of it. The original motion states that it's on a case-by-case. So in defense of Councillor Cunningham, she's absolutely right. Why are we creating more work for administration? Why are we putting more burden on them when they say they're already being burdened with this application as it is? So I'll be a no on this as well.
Okay.
We're directing them to for sure, sorry, I didn't follow process.
Deputy Reeve McGee, and then I'll go to Mr. Hogan.
I just wanted to clarify, the reasoning is, it is clear that you file with AUC and then we'll go from there. Prior to this policy, that was not clear.
Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, just to provide some clarity, administration is suggesting this because we feel that this will actually reduce the amount of work and create efficiencies with administration. So we don't see this as adding workload to administration. We see it as providing the clarity that a policy provides, and knowing what a course of action is when certain triggers are achieved will actually reduce uncertainty with administration, which is we're viewing as a positive. So that is, if the question is, the debate is, will this create more work for administration? We do not feel that it will. Obviously, crafting the policy, there's effort that goes into there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion, comment, or question related to the motion where we're asking for a draft policy regarding participation in AUC proceedings? I'm not seeing any. Are you prepared for the question? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Again, Ms. Hazelton, thank you for your time and your patience and for being here today with us. And we'll look forward to seeing what this draft policy has to say. The next item on our agenda is 5.4.1, which is the Economic Development Plan 2024 to 2027. And welcome Ms. Gerbrandt and Ms. Kester. And we look forward to your presentation, and whenever you're ready, please go forward.
So good afternoon, Council. So we are here today to present the Economic Development Plan for review by Council as per the last presentation that went to Committee of the Whole. So in 2023, administration received approval from Council to develop an economic development plan to foster sustainable growth within the county, and Tara Zeller, economic development consultant, was contracted to develop this plan. So the economic development plan aligns with the county strategic plan, the 2019 municipal development plan, and preliminary outcomes from the 2024 municipal development plan working groups, land use bylaw, and through open dialogue and engagement with stakeholders, businesses, residents, and council in the economic development planning process. Administration presented the economic development plan to council at the Committee of the Whole on October 15th, 2024, and council motioned that the Committee of the Whole recommend to council to accept the economic development plan as amended. So we have outlined the changes that we are presenting back to council in the revised document that you will see attached. So you will see those changes in the executive summary, the second paragraph, we revised the second sentence to demonstrate Kneehill County's willingness to seek opportunities through a diverse range of sectors. So we restated that paragraph where we wrote it now to be strategically located in south central Alberta. Kneehill County's proximity to key transportation routes and neighboring municipalities positions it as an ideal location for diverse economic growth. Kneehill County will actively seek to attract new industries by embracing innovation and diversification. This strategic focus will create a wealth of new opportunities for businesses and residents alike, fostering an environment where entrepreneurship can thrive and new ventures can take root. So that was the revision for that paragraph within that executive summary. Furthermore, we adjusted under the SWOT analysis, which was on pages 46 to 47 in the Economic Development Plan, where we just added a descriptor statement under strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and that was all adopted for under council, so we made those changes. And then under threats on page 47, we removed the desire to maintain agricultural heritage limits, the ability to attract development, and concern over development having negative impact on agriculture, and we revised it to concern over development having a negative impact on the agriculture sector. Then over onto pages 50 to 53 under goals and strategies, we inserted a progressive 3-year timeline of strategies. So we took the kind of longer version of the text writing and we provided a little bit of a chart or a diagram to show how we'd be implementing those strategies. And then under the conclusion on page 56, we revised the second paragraph to address preparation of land, where we're now stating the plan outlines a strategic approach that proactively positions Kneehill County for future investments, identifying new and emerging industries, and implementing a robust business retention program. By building capacity among community leaders and positioning Kneehill County to compete on a global scale, the county is setting the stage for a prosperous future. So I believe that captures all the changes that were discussed through the committee of the whole meeting last month. So now we are here just to have that review by council, and if there's any other questions regarding those changes, here to share any insight we might have on them.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any discussion, questions related to the revised economic development plan, revised based on the feedback that we provided at the committee of the whole meeting? Thank you for including the changes we requested. That's appreciated.
You're welcome.
Any question or comment related to this economic development plan and the revisions? If not, I would be looking for direction from council as to what you would like to do, where we would like to go. Councillor FOIP.
I guess it's a question since this is my first term of sitting here, and if I was choosing to run again, what happens when we go and do another strategic plan? What happens to this? Just, I'm for information only.
Okay, no, good question. The only thing I could say to that is what I was told when I first got on council is council's a continuum.
Oh, okay.
And so we do have a certain amount of ownership of what's happened in the past. However, each council will provide a slightly different strategic focus based off of what whoever's sitting at the table. And so at this point, my assumption would be, and I stand to be corrected by everybody in the room, my assumption would be based on a new strategic plan, there might need to be some adjustments.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gabrant, did you want to respond?
I would agree with that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be the same if with the MDP, right? As that comes through, if there's any changes, then we would have to come back to council to reflect those changes.
Mr. Gannon.
In addition, any of these plans are working documents. Should the environment or the appetite or new information come available, those opportunities will always be explored and brought back to council for consideration, not limiting that growth. Most plans in concession with one another have a variability of being congruent. They're not usually so far drastic off. There's usually additions versus subtractions in these plans, and it's for long-term planning and growth. So usually when a new council comes in, from my experiences, they're building off the last plan. They're not significantly changing it where it changes the approach completely. So there's usually that type of momentum behind plans.
I mean, the realm of possibility, it does exist that there could be a complete U-turn. I mean, that exists within the realm of possibility. However, oftentimes there's enough carryover within a council too that kind of helps some of that alignment stay on course. But I mean, if we had 7 new councillors sitting at the table, would there be changes? Absolutely. Even if we had 2 or 3 new ones, there could be some drastic changes take place. So, but we have to have a plan of some sort.
Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I know I kind of touched on this last time we chatted, but I just want to confirm, like around page 50, 51, when we're talking about strategies, KPIs are like huge for me. So like when we look at year 1, 2, and 3, what is year 1? Like, are we starting, is that like now, or is year 1 starting next year, or how are we defining year 1, 2, and 3?
Through the chair. So I believe at this point, we'd be starting in January with that budget year, because some of those budgetary items have been placed through that budgetary process. So yeah, we would be at the point of starting in January now.
Mr. Gannon, I'm sorry.
Thank you through the chair. I also want to comment on the key performance indicators and that we're trying to align them to the actual projects themselves that we bring forward to council. So what those deliverables are within those projects, these are kind of the strategy portion. But as we bring those projects forward, we're going to be able to talk more on what those levels of success look like for council, creating some KPIs in the background to really understand we're hitting those triggers.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any further comment or discussion or questions? Councillor Cunningham.
Not that I have to explain myself, but you're getting the grouchy version of me today. So I love the work that you folks have done. My only concerns are the 1, 2, and 3 years. There's just a couple of things when I look in here, marketing initiatives to attract new investment, year 3. I want that year 1. Like I love all the ideas, develop tourism, I just would like to see, I guess I want everything done faster, and that's a me problem, not a you problem, right? When I just look through those, I just would like to see tighter timelines, but that's just where I'm at. But I think it's I think what you've done is amazing. I just want it done now.
Here we're telling you to hurry up and you're waiting for us to make a decision, right? Go ahead, Ms. Gabrant, and then Mr. Gannon.
Sure. So through the chair, so Councillor Cunningham, we actually, through the budget, we are going to be creating that website, which really is going to help support more of the expansion opportunities at this point. But in terms of investment attraction, it could expedite quite sooner depending on how that readiness state proceeds, right? So it could end up starting in year 1, it could end up being year 2. I think I'm just being conservative, or through our department, that, year 3 would be the year that we should be fully prepared to go. But it doesn't mean it won't happen sooner.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I really love the fact that council and Council Cunningham says that I just want it to happen faster. We would also love it to kickstart a lot quicker. Tabulating the amount of information we need to move in the background is going to be laborsome, and we're looking forward to that challenge. But as Ms. Gerbrandt expressed, is that these are our strategies. Should we find the environment that we can expedite it, we will look for opportunities in the budget, ensuring we're being fiscally responsible and that we have the opportunity to create a successful project. Right now, I don't believe we have enough information to really say that we can move it up or move it back in different ways. But this first year is going to be critical for capturing that information and bring it back to council for consideration.
But if it walks through the door, you're ready to go. Basically what you're saying, right?
We'll do the best we can.
Okay, any further conversation, questions, discussion related to the 3-year economic development plan? And again, I ask what's council's wishes as far, Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you. I love the format. I love what you've put together and that you were willing to revise it and revise it and revise it. And I think you're clearly at the point where I would like to make the motion. The council approve the 3-year economic development plan as presented.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Reeve. So we do have a motion that we approve the 3-year economic development plan as presented. Is there any conversation, discussion to the motion that's in front of us? Councillor Christie.
Well, I'd just like to comment that I like what's here already, so keep on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further question or comment? If not, are you prepared for the question? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Again, thank you to both you, Ms. Kester and Gerbrandt, for the work that's here. Very much appreciated, and we look forward to seeing what becomes forward in the future. Like, we're eagerly anticipating seeing good results.
Thank you very much, Council. We appreciate it, and we look forward to providing future updates as to our progress.
Thank you for that, and thank you for being here today.
All right, thank you.
The next item requires that Ms. Kester stay. So that's 5.4.2, CAEP member at large, and welcome, Jenna, and anytime you're ready.
Thank you. So today I'm bringing back the CAEP member at large. Previously at the October 22nd, 2024 council meeting, we discussed regarding the opportunity to appoint a business representative to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership, or also known as CAEP, as a business member at large. CAEP currently has 3 seats for business members at large, where the representative would become a voice for Kneehill County businesses and to attend the spring and fall annual general meeting. Furthermore, should a business representative be appointed from Kneehill County, the representative has the option to put their name forward on the CAEP Board of Directors. Additionally, Council discussed that the representative must be a business owner in Kneehill County, and administration confirmed that mileage and per diems would be reimbursed as per policy number 3-3. Kneehill County would be required to promote an application for submissions and select an applicant for recommendation to CAEP for review and consideration as per CAEP's process. Council motion to direct administration to seek applications for the CAEP business representative position from the community for consideration at the November 12th council meeting. Administration developed an application form and was released to the public on social media and the county's website from October 24th through to November 6th. So we had about 9 days of advertising for the position. The application outlined the role and responsibilities of the CAEP committee. So administration received 1 application and it is attached for council's review and consideration. Upon review of the application and conditions, council will provide administration with a recommendation to CAEP's business members at large, after which administration will contact the applicants and CAEP to inform them of your decision. And as I outlined before, as per policy 3-3, the council appointees reimbursement, the per diem allowance may be incurred, and these expenses are included in the yearly operating budget. So as attached, we have the loan application, and I also have attached CAEP member at large's expectations for members. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I guess as long as we're discussing in the broad context, the application and approval of a CAPE member at large, and we're not discussing this specific individual, I think we can remain in an open format. Everybody knows now because it's in our package who applied, but. So again, what's the wish of council? Are we looking to, as we asked earlier, to have our administration look for a representative for us to send forward? Any conversation, discussion, motions, questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
You didn't ask for this, but I'm gonna put my 2 bits in.
Oh, sure I asked for this. Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to thank Jenna for the work she did to get the notification out asking for members. We were on a really tight schedule for that, and she had very minimal resources and responses in regards to preparing for that. So thanks for working with me and with CAPE administration in the limited ways that we threw at you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Any other, Councillor Christie?
I know that their area is different than Community Futures, but what is the area for CAPE that we're involved in?
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd have to find the map, but it's really large.
It starts Camrose South, does it not? Kind of, we're the south edge of it, we're the south edge of it.
Camrose, yep.
Camrose, and it goes to Red.
Yeah, Red Deer and all the way down to like Sundre, and then further south to, no, Glacian's not in it. It's quite a convoluted area. I'll find the map for you and
I know it's big,
send
and
it
it's
send it to
basically,
Carolyn.
it covers the areas that Community Futures doesn't.
Way
Okay.
beyond,
Yeah.
yeah, we have
Yeah.
about 3 community futures that are incorporated in one way or another.
That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Gannon, sorry.
Thank you. I'm just trying to clarify the question. The map that I see online from CAPE, it shows that the border is actually Bicycle, Carstairs area, all the way to the mountain through Clearwater County, upwards to Thorsby and Millette. And east, it's past Big Valley and Donalta.
Appreciate that, thank you.
If I remember correctly, we are the largest area of all the different partnerships that exist.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderkoel. Councillor Christie.
I was just making the point that if we get an extra seat from our area, it's really important.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
And
Deputy Reeve.
we've gone larger than that, actually, because we've had a couple new members come in, so we're larger than that.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so what's the wish of council? We requested that we advertise, we have an applicant. So basically what Ms. Kester is looking for is for us to make a decision and whether we want to move forward with making an appointment. Councillor Penner.
I would like to make the motion that we appoint the selected applicant to serve. We only had one application, so I can put her name,
Yes.
Amy Merrill, as a CAPE member at large representative as Kneehill County.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that council appoint Ms. Merrill to serve as a business representative on CAPE's members at large.
And I'd really like to thank Ms. Merrill for putting her name forward. It obviously means something to her, and it means something to us as a council. that we want to be heard and seen out there when it comes to economic development.
Just a minute, Mr. Gannon, I'll be right with you. So the only word that's maybe missing in there, Ms. Vanderkool, is Kneehill County's business representative. And then Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Does council want to consider a term?
It's a 1 to 3 year term that was possible, right? Clarification. Councilor Deputy Reeve McGee.
So that was going to be my next question as well, in that a one term would be in line with the organization meeting. If we want to allow or give any direction or suggestion, I'm not sure how to word it. She also now, because she has been designated that, has the opportunity to put in an application to run as the business rep director. If she wins that seat as a director, there are 3 seats open. If she wins that seat, that is a commitment of 3 years from us and she. So how do we want to address that?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I think that a motion could say at a maximum of 3 years and may reapply after that point. Then we can keep the perspective should council want to move forward with the same applicant should they choose, or choose another applicant at that time. At least it's fallen in the same parameters what CAEP is working with.
Okay, so the motion would read for a maximum of a 3 year term. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Sorry, throwing a wrench into that, I don't like it. Because if we say 3 years, she stays for 3 years, any one of those 3 years, she could ask to run for a director and be committed for 3 years of that date. So do we want to revisit this every year about whether or not we're willing to back that up should she not become a director this year?
Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, and this is partly a question for the Deputy Reeve, is she has the opportunity to run for that position, but there's nothing saying that she has to or will. Is that correct?
That is correct, though there is less than a week's time for nominations to come in. Of the 3 seats, she would be the first applicant.
Okay.
So acclamation's quite high.
Okay. So this could be, again, following up on that, is it possible through CAEP's organization, Reeve McGee, that if council were to go to the original motion, which was for a 1 year term expiring at the org meeting, that doesn't prohibit her from running, but if she ran and was approved to that position, then we'd bring that back to council to make the appointment on our end for 3 years.
Whatever you like better to handle that, yes.
If that's workable, that might be the approach to go. And then you have a 1 year appointment. If she doesn't put forward for that, it's a 1 year appointment. You're looking for somebody at the org meeting, which could be her or somebody or a different applicant. If she does become a director, then we'd bring that back to you to say, we'd like to extend this appointment given this other event.
I like that.
I like that friendly amendment.
Okay, we learned there's no such thing as friendly amendments anymore, too. So now that, once a motion is actually put on the table and becomes the possession of council, council is allowed to amend that motion without actually having to ask the original mover whether it's friendly or not. So.
No.
We're just not friendly.
However, because we like each other, we could always ask, are they in agreement?
I like it as a friendly amendment. I made the motion.
We talked a lot about ownership of motions and how friendly or otherwise motions can be. But anyway, sorry, I should have just kept quiet.
You'll have to get the
That's why we need to have
the EOP course.
that's why we need to have the governance conversation. The motion is that council appoint Ms. Merrill as Kneehill County's business representative, member at large to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership for a one-year term expiring at the next organizational meeting. Any further discussion or question? Don't be messing with the motion. Councillor Cunningham.
So maybe Deputy Reeve, what's your last
McGee.
name again? McGee, thank you. Oh my gosh, what time is it? So I'm really excited about this. We've gotten to know Miss Merrill through MPC and she's amazing, so I'm really excited. I just noticed in the RFD, like it says that this person will have the opportunity to meet and network with the region's business and community leaders. I'm really excited about that, Deputy Reeve, because I would love to see Miss Merrill engage with the business community locally. I think there's a lot of folks that aren't aware of what CAEP does or what they can do for their business. So I'm really excited to have her out in our area and to do this. That'd be great. So I'm excited.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. So any further discussion? I don't see any. So the question is, all those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Kester, for being here, and we appreciate the time and effort that you have put into getting the ad out and soliciting applications for this position. So thank you very much. And Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm sorry, we're gonna need a second motion, because if we were willing to let it run for director, it states in the bylaws of CAEP that it has to be through council approval that she was allowed to be nominated, to put her name into nomination. I just recalled that. I'm sorry about the delay in thinking of that, but.
So that doesn't necessarily
So we
affect
need-
this motion.
No, that's right. So what I'm saying is we need a second motion to allow her to nominate herself to be on the board of directors. So as it stands right now, she'd only be our representative.
So just for clarification, may I ask, when would they be looking for somebody to sit as a director? At the annual meeting,
At the annual meeting,
which is?
next Wednesday. And her nomination papers must be in by Friday.
So I guess my question would be is whether she might even remotely consider that at this point.
And she may not.
Being brand new to the,
But we don't have time to come back if she says, yes, I'd like to consider it, to give her permission to. So we're not obligating to, but could we find a motion that gives her permission to?
If she's choosing.
What if you change the endorse to support a nomination?
so, Councillor McGee, you're obviously making a motion here. Are you in
I
favor of
absolutely
the
am.
wording, or would you like to see that support as opposed to endorse?
I think it doesn't matter, right? Because we're leaving it up to her still in this motion.
Through the Reeve, yes. So either word that you use, I think would work. Really what we're doing is if somebody nominated Amy, this motion says that's supported by council. If nobody or she herself doesn't nominate her, then there's nothing to endorse or support.
Yes, I make that motion exactly.
And of course, we understand that should she happen to say yes, I would take that, then she potentially will now be our representative for the next 3 years.
Correct.
Okay, as long as we're all understanding. Any other discussion? Councillor Penner.
So as we're endorsing her to sit, and this doesn't have to be in the policy, but should she come back to us periodically with feedback from there, being a member at large? It's not just one of us.
Deputy Reeve.
Could we ask in any of these cases that simply a report to council to be included in our meeting packages?
Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, we could ask for regular updates from our appointee, yes.
Any further discussion or question? We now have a motion that says council would endorse a nomination of Ms. Merrill to sit as a director on the CAEP board. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
It's quite all right. Again, thank you, Ms. Kester. I guess we are done with that one for now. You'll get halfway to the door, we'll go, wait a minute. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, everyone's okay to continue? The next item on our agenda is policy 13-1, commercial dust control. Welcome, Mr. Conkin, and anytime you're ready.
Thank you very much. So today I'm bringing forward policy 13-1 for commercial dust control for review. As of right now, policies come up every 4 years for review. So regarding policy 13-1, it is dust control supplied by commercial or industry for covering haul routes or anything in that concept. We have policy 13-4, which is Kneehill County supplied dust control and calcium products. So administrations recommends the repeal of 13-1 commercial dust control as it overlaps with our current policy 13-4 dust suppression. So the revisions to 13-4 would include provisions for commercial and industry supplied dust control, which addresses situations where commercial and industries or entities are responsible for providing dust suppression for their operations. Aside from some minor wording adjustments, there are very few changes to the overall content of 13-4. So this consolidation simplifies our county's approach to dust suppression.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Conkin. So we have two things you're requesting. One is that we approve 13-4 as revised, and the second is that we would repeal 13-1.
Correct.
Okay. Discussion, questions from council, comment, motions? Yes, Councillor Popes.
I guess I have a question around the effectiveness and because I understand that we don't guarantee the effectiveness of dust suppression and no refunds are granted. What measures are in place to ensure the quality and effectiveness of the dust suppression treatments?
Through the chair, I don't believe we've done refunds before. We've done reapplications.
Okay.
We don't really have a guaranteed, it's applied when it's applied, the weather, soil types, all those things can play factor in the how long it lasts, traffic, everything plays into it. We are starting to test our calcium as it arrives. We just learned a new way last week at RMA there of how to make sure that we're getting the right amount of calcium that's delivered with a nice easy way to test it to make sure we're getting the proper product. Other than that, there is very little way to ensure that it's going to last a specific amount of time. With our new truck, we're actually able to meter it off to make sure that we're applying a consistent amount of product. That's the best way we're going about it now to make sure that we're consistent in all areas. So
Calcium works better if we get rain.
sure
If there's
does.
moisture in the road, then the calcium tends to bond and hold dust much better. Spec crude works pretty good. Much more expensive though.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry.
It's all right. Any further questions related to policy 13-4 and the revisions that are proposed in that policy? If not, I would be looking for a motion to approve the revision to 13-4 and accept. Councillor Christie.
On the commercial applied stuff, they do it or we do it and bill them?
Through the chair, that's correct. They, if they apply, they'll apply through our dust control form online. They supply it and maintain it while they're using it. If that's on the commercial and industry supplied dust control, they do have the option to purchase it, no different than if a farmer purchased it for their neighbor, and then we would be in charge of that if that's the route they chose to go.
Okay, thank you.
So we're still doing the application under those commercial requests?
Not
No, they're
through the
actually
chair,
doing-
not through every application, just depending on how they go about it.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? What's the wish of council? Councilor Christie.
I'll make the motion to approve the revision to policy 13-4 as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the revisions to policy 13-4, dust suppression, as presented. Any further discussion to that motion? Councilor Christie.
Oh, she took it off already. I would just look like she was wording it, so
I
it
would
was
say
one
we could
motion.
do a second motion if you wish, or if you want to combine them, then that's fine.
I'm fine if they want to combine.
Okay, so the motion now reads that council approve the revisions to policy 13-4 dust suppression as presented and repeal policy 13-1 commercial dust control. Okay, Councilor Christie, you're happy with your motion?
I'm good with that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 6.2, policy 1325, seating of roadsides. And again, Mr. Conklin, welcome back, and anytime you're ready.
Yeah, once again, this policy is up for its 4-year review. At this time, administration does not recommend any changes to be made to the current policy. Everything seems to be working as is, so I guess the recommended change, or recommended motion would be that council approve the policy 13-25, seating roadside as presented.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a policy that we're happy with. And having reviewed it, we're saying we're gonna re-implement it, okay? Any discussion? That seeds itself. Okay, any further discussion or a motion regarding seating of roadsides, policy 13-25? Councilor Whitstop.
Okay, I would move the council approve policy 13-25, seating roadsides as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve policy 13-25, seating roadsides as has been presented. Any further discussion or questions? Councilor Penner.
We will have ratepayers ask, why do you bring it forward when there's no change to it? And a few years ago, we asked for all policies to come within our term. So that is why this has come forward, just for our listeners out there. So I think it's very valuable as a councillor that we are exposed to all the policies that we do have.
Thank you for that. He had a look of like the old deer in the headlight look. All right, so we do have a motion to approve policy 13-25, seating of roadsides. Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Conklin. We appreciate you being here. and for your patience in waiting for us today. The next item on our agenda is 7.1, 2024 Christmas closure. And Ms. Vanderkool, this one appears to be yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. I bring you today a request for a decision for the 2024 Christmas closure. We bring this item to Council every year. The purpose of the presentation is to inform Council about the upcoming office closure and how the holiday season will impact some of our services, including transfer station hours and hamlet garbage collection. I'll start with how the holidays will affect the admin building hours. In accordance with the Human Resource Policy, Kneehill County Office will be closed from Wednesday, December 25th, 2024, and will reopen at 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. In previous years, well, Christmas Eve isn't actually mentioned in our HR policy, but in previous years, Council has approved by motion closing the office at noon on Christmas Eve due to limited business activity on that day. Administration would like to request that Council consider doing so again this year. If there's no questions about the administration office closure, I'll go on to transfer station hours.
Okay, please do.
Okay, the Torrington transfer station site, which is the only site open on Wednesdays, will be closed on December 25th, 2024 and January 1st, 2025. The site will, however, reopen on the following Saturdays. The Linden and Three Hills transfer sites will also be closed on Thursday, December 26, 2024 for Boxing Day stat holiday and will reopen the following Saturday. Any questions on that? Can I go on to hamlet garbage collection?
Sure.
Perfect. So the garbage collection schedule for the hamlets will be adjusted this year due to the Boxing Day holiday. Normally garbage is picked up on Thursdays, but this year the collection scheduled for Thursday, December 26th will be moved to Friday, December 27th. The garbage collection schedule for January 2025 will proceed as usual. That's the end of my report. You can either receive it as information or add a motion to close at noon on December 24th, if you so wish so.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Councillor Cunningham.
Because I love Christmas and there's no greater gift than spending time with your family at Christmas, I will move that Council receive the 2024 Christmas closure report for information and approve closing the Kneehill County office at noon on Tuesday, December 24th, 2024.
Okay, so we do have a motion that we received the 2024 Christmas closure report for information and approve closing the Kneehill County office at noon on Tuesday, December 24th, 2024. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is 7.3, which is mature asset strategy. And Mr. Hogan, this one I believe is yours.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, this item is simply here for council's awareness. It's an item for information. It's just to bring to council's awareness. You've had been at different events and meetings where the mature asset strategy was discussed. That's a current initiative that the province is undertaking, largely being led from the Premier's office regarding strategies to foster further, call it development isn't the right word, foster further utilization of a number of the mature assets that exist in oil and gas out in the province. From what the province has released so far, which is not a lot, the impacted areas, we fall within the largely impacted area of the province. So we don't know where this is going or exactly what the impact would be, but it's something very much that should be on our radar as it has potential to impact the county to a large degree. And so that is, we wanted to make sure that there was an awareness level for council and to our public around there's this program going on that may have some seriously negative effects on the county. Those are potentials. We don't know what those are going to be yet. As per the correspondence, and this time even what the definition of this is, I guess, one of the confusions that we have. The definition of mature asset has not been entirely identified, yet somehow they know the areas that will be impacted. So that suggests that in some way they have been identified. So again, this is for council's awareness level, but it is one of those environmental concerns that we wanted to raise to the forefront around provincial policy that could have a large impact, or potentially could have a significant impact on Kneehill County.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Comments, discussion, questions?
Just a quick question.
Councillor Penner.
So is this to do with a lot of these wells that are being decommissioned? Is that what they're talking about?
Mr. Hogan?
Through the Reeve, I think the short answer to that is yes, or at least not the ones that are maybe being decommissioned, but how they keep some of them from being decommissioned. And so the impact on this is looking at, if the belief is that municipal property taxes are a barrier to the financial well-being of the well, really where this is aimed at, or where we think it's going, is reducing the ability for municipalities to tax some oil and gas facilities.
Councillor Whitstock.
I know we don't have very many answers to any of this stuff, but is it gonna be self-reported by the oil industry?
Mr. Hogan, do you care to tackle that one?
I feel like that's one of those questions that wasn't seeking a direct answer. Through you, Mr. Chair, it is an unknown. Where it's of concern to us is the last time the province started tampering in this stuff. You know, we're all familiar with the oil and gas tax holiday that ended. There was actually previous things that happened before that. So it was back in around that 2019, 2020 range. The province arbitrarily changed the assessment on shallow gas. That hit the county for $1.9 million a year in revenue.
July 2nd, 2019. I remember the day well.
I don't know if that's the day we were summoned to the legislature or not, but we were one of 15 municipalities that got a call to attend the legislature, and I think about 24 hours notice to attend a meeting that the Minister of Energy and Municipal Affairs both walked into the room with a contingent from the oil and gas industry with them while the municipalities were already sitting there. So, yeah. So when the province starts doing things like this, it starts concerning us. We're at the beginning points now, so we don't know where this goes or where it goes. So right now it's a flag. You know, I'd like to, you know, best case scenario is they go through this and we don't see much change. There's a potential and I think a likelihood that that's not going to be the scenario. So wanting to raise this in awareness level, there's nothing really that we do about it, that I feel we do about it now, but it's just an awareness level that this is one of those environmental impacts that we may have to deal with down the road. We'll know more as time goes on.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
CEO Hogan, do you think this is something we could maybe put on our social media as, hey, we'd like to hear your feedback in an informal kind of way? Give a quick explanation of what we're talking about and the attachment of this document, and I just see there's a lot of value in our residents having this information and being a voice, because this will impact them. These well sites are on their lands. And I would love to be able to find a way to get that out and about in the public way without it looking like we have a bias, though I have a bias. No, excuse me, I don't.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, I think it's something that we can put out as something we're watching. If we put that out on our social media, part of our purpose in putting it on the council agenda today was so that it, particularly that member update would be public, would be available to the public. So taking it from here, putting that on our social media is something we can do. As to what we'd collect right now, I don't know that there's a ton of information out there for us to solicit feedback on yet. But what I am anticipating, depending on if this goes negatively, like we've seen things in the past do, then I really think this is the first step in creating an awareness level that we would engage a similar campaign to when the original assessment model review, when that was done. If for those of you who are here, if you remember that we did a fairly significant campaign online to highlight what was happening there, what the province was considering, because the scenario being pushed would have seen an annual revenue loss to Kneehill County of I think about $7.5 million. So there was a push by us, and pretty much every other rural municipality in the province was in on that one as well. So I think this is really that first step, and if this starts going the same direction, that we've at least started creating an awareness level.
I hate to say that I'm biased, but I am, so why not just out and out admit it? I think we have every right to be very much concerned here. The province seems to have forgotten that rural municipalities in Alberta are a cornerstone to their position in the legislature, and they seem to be focused on oil and gas companies and the city of Calgary in particular, which is very unfortunate. We cannot do the business that we do without revenue. And oil and gas companies, in my opinion, are the last place in Alberta we should be providing welfare to. But that's my opinion, and that doesn't seem to be the opinion of the provincial government. We've asked these kind of questions on unpaid taxes. We've taken a massive hit on well drilling tax. The strategy they had around sorry, my brain just went dead there for a second, but anyway, the tax holiday, the reassessment on some of these assets, and the 35% reduction in assessment that happened, all of those things are not working to the advantage of rural municipalities. And when you consider the fact that these companies are all screaming municipal tax and surface lease payments as being the reason that they can't do business in the province of Alberta, when you look at the massive payouts they pay to shareholders, I'm sorry, I have a real problem here, and I think it's incumbent on us to make our ratepayers aware. They're all, like, I talk to ratepayers who say when an oil and gas company comes to talk to me now about a surface lease, the answer is no, goodbye, get off my property. And the reason is this exact thing we're talking about, oil and gas companies just coming and saying, oh, we think our lease payment's too high, therefore we can cut it in half, or maybe we're not going to pay you at all. Or they have assets that are sitting in the orphan well that are still on their properties that they're working around, and they're getting no revenue from them. So our province needs to be aware that rural Alberta is a big part of what happens, and they need to be paying attention. And they're not, unfortunately, they're not. They're not listening, so it's very unfortunate. And am I biased? You betcha I am. I'm biased in favor of the rural residents in Alberta who are getting taken advantage of, so. And I said that out loud, so. I'm just thankful for people like Reeve Clark in Stettler and the others who are working on this mature asset and pushing back on our behalf. And I think we just need to acknowledge that there are RMA and other individuals within our province who are working hard to provide factual information on the other side. And we need to be grateful to that effort. Counselor Whitstock, you want to comment?
No, I don't want to comment, but I probably will. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Oil and gas has been taking advantage of rural Alberta for quite a few years. But that being said, I would like to make the motion that council accept the report on the mature asset strategy as presented, and, okay, that's the end of my motion. I certainly hope it doesn't go through.
Okay, so our thanks to administration for keeping this in front of us, for sure. We do have a motion from Councillor Whitstock that we accept the report on mature asset strategy. Is there any further discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is 7.4, Town of Three Hills Extension Agreement. And again, Mr. Hogan, this one is yours, so anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you, we have a number of agreements with the Town of Three Hills. We have an intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement, as well as a number of other agreements for various shared services. I should say shared services or operational commitments back and forth. When we first did the ICFs and a number of the agreement updates that we did in conjunction with that, the original deadline there was a deadline for review, about 5 years, and we put a 4-year review into a number of our agreements. The province has given an extension to those to the ICF agreement reviews itself till 2027. We're actually good on that one because we reviewed it in 2024, so we're still within the 4-year time frame committed to on that specific document. But a number of our other agreements did have expiry dates that are coming up. And one of the things that in talking with the town that we thought we'd look at is we've heard from the province on more than one occasion that they're looking at changes to the ICF process or the framework and they're expecting those in spring of 2025. And the discussion was, would either party want to enter into anything longer than, say, going to spring of 2025 or longer than next year, knowing that there were changes potentially coming that could impact how we do those agreements. And if that's the case, why not just extend some of the ones that we have going now? And so we took a look at the list and said, okay, what do we need to look at? Because we have some agreements that are just open-ended. So the weed inspections that we do for the Town of Three Hills, that's an open-ended agreement. We just update the number each year and they tell us if they want us to provide the service or not. There's various transportation agreements we have, same deal. They're open-ended and they don't require an extension. We have some longer-term agreements like the Mount Vernon and Equity agreements. Those are decades long. So those again don't require extension at this time. When we look at that list, there are 2 that come out. The Fire Services Agreement and the Recreation Services Agreement. Both of these are coming up on their expiry date, and that was done in anticipation that we would redo them as part of the next round of ICF discussions. So given that we're looking to see what the changes are in spring 2025, we're suggesting that we extend those agreements. The third one is regarding airport funding, which is not actually an existing agreement. That's an arrangement that we have. But again, we've been providing that funding. So in lieu of an actual codified agreement, there'd be a commitment on our end to continue that funding as we have given for many, many years now. That funding is already included in the draft budget that you guys have been looking at. So that's not an addition to the funding that's already in place. So in looking at this, we have drafted a quick extension agreement that outlines what I've just talked about. And I can report the town has approved this agreement already.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comment, discussion regarding extension of the Three Hills Agreement? Councillor Penner.
If not, I'd make the motion that council authorize the Reeve and the CAO to sign the Kneehill County Town of Three Hills Extension Agreement as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion that council authorize the Reeve and the CAO to sign the Kneehill County Town of Three Hills Extension Agreement as has been presented. Mr. Hogan.
Mr. One thing that I forgot to add, if council does agree with this approach and approve this, then we would start approaching the other urbans with the same type of arrangement to see if they were acceptable to that or not.
Okay, thank you for that extra information. Any discussion, question, or comment related to the motion that we authorize signing of the Three Hills Extension Agreement? I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor, and that is carried unanimously. Okay. If I can beg your indulgence, we'll keep moving forward and take a quick break before we have closed session. Council and committee reports is next on my agenda. So 9.1, Kneehill Housing. Councillor Phobes, I assume that's you.
You is. As a board, we have looked through the whole entire year of minutes and did some corrections. So you'll see that the October minutes have all of the corrections from the year of things that we found when the CAO and myself went through those minutes. They've all been updated. So, and in the next few days, I should have a CAO on some paper, an update.
Okay. Thank you for that. If there are no questions, we'll go to 9.2, which is the RMA update. Who wants to weigh in on RMA? Councillor Phobes, go ahead.
So this year's RMA came with some really great breakout sessions that we learned lots of information on. The Minister of Municipal Affairs basically told us that as of our RCMP fees will be increasing by 39% in 2026, so be prepared for that to come. And I like to know because then it allows people to understand that the RCMP fees that we pay are now going to be increased. The province is going to pay them out of their pocket for 2025, so there isn't a burden on the municipalities, but do expect the 39% increase coming for the following year. I will also state that we had a speaker, Peter Mansbridge, an amazing human and Canadian who loves this country. It just gives you faith once again that there are some people that still love this country 120%. It was very, very good. Bear pit questions were extremely amazing by my fellow councillors getting up and asking questions of the ministers to current events that are affecting this county. So I do appreciate your time in doing all of those things.
Any other wishing to comment? The only comment I would make is it was worthwhile, and there was a good opportunity to interact, not only with each other, but with the other councils from other municipalities. And I had an opportunity to tell Mr. Zier no when he was standing in front of a nice yellow piece of iron at the trade show. Okay, if there are no other comments, I'll go into 9.3, which is the Division 5 update.
Okay, I'll try to be fast here. I just wanted to acknowledge Three Hills and District Chamber of Commerce held their Small Business Awards a couple weeks ago. So just wanted to say kudos to all the businesses and especially the ones in Kneehill County that were nominated and received awards. And I just wanted to give a special shout out to Ms. Kester and Ms. Gabrandt for attending that evening. So it was really nice to have them there. Ditto to what everybody said about the RMA. It is literally one of my favorite events. I plan my life around it all year. So it's just really neat to see in the 3 years that I've been sitting here, just the different relationships that you form and the people that you meet and just to talk to other municipalities and talk about our challenges and positive things. And yeah, it's just really great. It was awesome to have Treasurer Mayor Barry Klecki there, and it was really nice to have Ms. Cochran there this time and get to spend time with her as well. Like Councillor FOIP said, ministerial forum is always great, and I did get a chance to speak one-on-one with Minister Newdorf as well afterwards, so that was great. And also at RMA, I just want to take a moment to publicly congratulate my fellow colleague, Councillor FOIP, on receiving her elected officials education certificate. Your commitment to education in your 3 years of being here is very commendable, and I know you love to learn, and so just wanted to congratulate you on that. And was just very honored and proud to attend the Three Hills Legion Remembrance Day service yesterday at Bethel Church. So just thanks to all of them who make that service possible. It's amazing. The bagpipes just get me every time. And to see there was one veteran there. Yeah, it was just, yeah, really special. So just thanks to those who served, those who continue to serve, and just grateful for all of them. So, and I think it's really incumbent on all of us to ensure that Remembrance Day keeps happening and being honored. So, yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. If there are no other items. Oh, Mr. Hogan, I'm sorry.
No, it's not often actually almost never I put my hand up during this section because it's councillor reports. But going back to the RMA, I don't know that anybody mentioned our resolution that we.
Oh, that's true.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thanks for the reminder that our resolution regarding renewable energies and providing power on a regular basis was passed by the association at large, so very grateful for that as well. Okay, then I would look for a motion to accept for information the council and committee reports as presented. Councillor Penner?
So moved.
First hand I saw, sorry. All right, so we have, if there's no further discussion, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. The last item on our agenda is a large item from what I understand.
Excellent. Excellent.
Council and committee reports in large font for my entertainment. So is there any, anyone have any questions on the council and committee reports? Other than who killed the tree? Councillor McGee, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just wanted to clarify that it is not for your entertainment, it is for all of our entertainment. And I really appreciate whoever set that up for us today. Thank you.
All I can say is be careful what you ask for. There are some people in our organization who are probably glad that we only have one employee. No, it's all in good fun, so thank you. Now, seriously, are there any questions related to council action items? I'm not seeing any. Then I would entertain a motion to receive for information. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive for information, the follow-up action list. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So the only items left on our agenda are closed session. I'm wondering, do we need a quick break? I know Councillor Penner would like to be, she has some other obligation that she needs to meet. And okay, so let's take 5 minutes. So, and let's be diligent on that. So we're in recess to 3:19, and we'll be back. Okay, it's 3:19, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And the next items on our agenda are closed session items, so I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. Thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. All those in favor? Okay, the motion is carried. So we'll